pessoal. Muito bom dia.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone here in the auditorium. And good morning, everyone that are watching us from YouTube. Welcome, everyone. How are you? Did you sleep well? Good. I would like to welcome all of the students from Ramos Freire de Andrade School. Não estamos ouvindo. Good morning, everyone. My name is Isabella Saniaki. I am a white woman. I am wearing a black and white shirt, black pants. I have brown hair, brown eyes, and I'm wearing a makeup. I will be here with you.
Vamos começar para darmos as boas-vindas e fazer a abertura oficial deste que é o terceiro Seminário Internacional de Mediação Cultural. Queria chamar aqui ao palco a gerente de cultura do Sesc RJ.
Obrigada, pessoal. Obrigada. Grande entusiasmo. Mas antes eu gostaria de dar a todos Queiroz e da diretora regional Regina Pinho. Obrigada pela presença de vocês. Estamos muito felizes de estar abrindo esses dois seminários com a parceria do Departamento Nacional. É uma parceria em comum e sobre a mediação e a educação como um instrumento importante de transformação na relação, da vida e cultura, principalmente, em nossos contextos sociais e territoriais. Então,
Capelo.
Nossa, que responsa. Vamos lá. Bom dia a todos. Do mundo e de suas potencialidades. Inspirados na diversidade de territórios em que o Sesc está presente, este ano nosso desafio foi aproximar convidados que pudessem compartilhar experiências diversas com o objetivo de borrar fronteiras e construir pontes que permitam ao indivíduo se relacionar de forma mais crítica, igualdades estruturais. Expressamos aqui nossa satisfação na parceria com o segundo Seminário Sesc de Mediação Cultural, ação do Departamento Nacional junto a uma rede de colaboração entre os diferentes regionais aqui presentes, representados aqui pelos meus colegas da rede, que tem por objetivo fortalecer ainda mais culturais. Tenhamos um excelente evento. Tenhamos um excelente evento.
Obrigada, Felipe. Parabéns aí a toda a equipe, da cultura aqui da instituição. Bom, para falar agora sobre a importância de eventos como este para a rede de Arte e Educação, queria convidar também ao palco o analista de Arte e Educação do Departamento Nacional do Sesc, o senhor Leonardo Moraes.
Ei, gente, bom dia para todo mundo, para todas as pessoas aqui presentes. Meu nome é Leonardo Moraes. Antes de qualquer coisa, fazer minha audiodescrição, tá? Eu sou homem negro, estou de barba feita, fiz ontem, cabelo cortado também. Estou vestindo uma blusa azul, com cores verdes e listradas. expressam, se identificam, se diferenciam e se afirmam. Para esse fazer, compreendemos que a mediação cultural entre os públicos, arte, cultura, instituição, é força motriz capaz de mover o reconhecimento dos valores, significados, expressões e identidades produzidas pelas pessoas. Sem dúvidas, a arte e a educação é um campo de atuação fundamentalmente dialógico que articula a produção simbólica e poética do ser humano. E é, por isso, para o ano de 2024, aqui, nesse momento agora, a questão tema mediação cultural, território do possível, a mediação cultural como mecanismo para borrar fronteiras e compor novas formas de ver e viver no mundo através da arte, nos é muito cara, porque faz valer a dinâmica do compartilhamento, da troca, do intercâmbio, das múltiplas expressões artísticas e culturais. Nas discussões que serão pautadas no decorrer desses 2 dias, inflexionarão e amplificarão questões de mediação entre cultura e sociedade, no diálogo sobre a produção e recepção dos seus fatores estruturantes, borrando as fronteiras e construindo pontes capazes de aproximar a pluralidade daquilo que desenvolvemos em nossos cotidianos, quando falamos principalmente de cultura, arte e educação. E, logicamente, também, em nome do diretor-geral do Sesc, senhor José Carlos Cirilo, e da diretora de Programas Sociais do Sesc, Janaína Cunha, e da gerente de cultura, que não pôde estar aqui por motivos especiais, Verônica Tonsic, desejo para todos vocês um seminário incrível e cheio de aprendizados, discussões e trocas. E, sem dúvidas, a certeza que a gente carrega enquanto rede Sesc de Arte e Educação é a certeza que a mediação cultural é a arte de fazer encontro. Um ótimo seminário para todos nós. Um abraço e até logo.
Muito obrigada, Leonardo.
Thank you, Leonardo. Let's start again. And for our magnum, I would like to invite to the stage Professor, writer, Doctor in Communication and Semi-Optics, Master in Public Sociology, former Director of several education institutions, occupying important public positions, former Secretary of Education of the City of São Paulo. He was also a councilman of São Paulo and federal deputy, professor of undergraduate and postgraduate courses at the universities of PUC, Mackenzie, and IBMEC, member of the Brazilian Academy of Education, the Brazilian Academy of Culture, and also the São Paulo Academy of Letters. He's the son of Jose and Alice. Please come to the stage, Professor Gabriel Chalita. Culture, my director, Eber. It's always so good. Everything that Sesc does, everything that Sesc means in people's lives, all of the transformations that we are able to help people develop inside individually, and discussing culture in education has a very strong meaning. And I would like to start with the semantics of culture. What is culture? The word culture, it has 2 different origins, instigating origins. One of it's cult, and that is connected to what takes me to something beyond, to a dimension of verticality. Culture has this commitment with ecstasy. It makes us feel ecstasy. And what is that? When I'm facing an artwork, a painting that has a meaning that is so relevant, I have this elevation, lonely, and those words, they come to me. I also have the power of elevation. Culture has a deep understanding that the human being goes beyond what is visible, something that's symbolic and hard to understand. Adelia Prado would say that God sometimes steals poetry from me. I see a stone and I look at a stone and I see a stone, but I can see a lot more. That's culture. It's a dimension that goes beyond, up, ecstasy, that elevates me. But culture is also cultivating. I plant. Culture comes from planting. So at the same time that culture has that beauty of my relationship with what's beyond, it's also we're also hold hands together. Drummond would say that I have two hands in the feelings of the world, and we have to walk side by side. And then we have that expression in theater that says no matter who the protagonist is, it is a collective construction that everyone is an important piece, and from that experience we go everywhere, and these people started being part of my existence repertoire, and my collective mission was a lot better. And that's culture, holding hands and walking together. It's the power of ecstasy and exit.
Especially shoes were from the old shoes were showing all the suffering, and he is going to create we are cultivating right now. If we have a different dimension about metaphysics and the transcendent ideas, and what is this? I may cultivate life, or maybe death, or even time. What are we cultivating? What are we respecting? I'm respecting life, but what is human life? What is this miracle? Simone Weil used to say that it's something that unmeasurable, a thing to consider about the creation of life, and then it's something that we cannot measure. And how do I celebrate the existence of life, the birth of someone? What is the meaning of this person to the mankind? And how do I call this sacred act that is to be born? And the same is about death. Some days ago, I was coming to Rio from São Paulo, and then I was inside of the airplane, and the commander said, we're going to wait a little because there is a signal here, and we have to check if it's a safe situation to go. And then after some minutes, they said it's okay, we could go. And then there was a lady coming from this thing. I don't want to go in this plane either. And then we started this movement about people trying to get out of this airplane. And then we asked her, are you afraid of that? And then I said, no, I really trust this team. I have an intuition about this, but I believe that he's a trustable person. And then there was someone who said, well, I have a Bible here, and so I have no problem with that. And the others were okay, and I was reading, and this person that it was with the Bible, he was smiling a little bit, and I was staring at him, and he said, well, these videos are extremely good. These are videos about bandits that were in a bad situation. They are really, really good. There is one here, there's the bad guy was with no arm, and then there is another that shots like there were 6 shots in this other bandit. And then I was thinking about this, and I was like, are you enjoying this really? And then he asked me, are you the one who defends the bad guys? And then I said, no, I just would like to return to what you said. You said that you enjoy watching people dying. Is it true? Well, but I know that violence is something that bothers us a lot, but it's something. I told him, maybe you're right and I'm wrong, but and then I said, do you like Bible? And then he said, hey, of course, yes. And because I have some love stories over there, and then he was showing me that videos, and he was insisting for me to watch them, and he told me, well, it's not that I'm enjoying this, but the fact is I don't like these guys. So what we can think about the life of these people, and it's a very simple thing that he was like one of the most important one, and then Aristotle is his student, and then they came from a different place in society, and then Socrates was a poor with a poor origin, but he has an extremely good power of speech. And Socrates was talking about his mother. He used to say that the child is ready, and she's only helping them to come to this world. And the role here is not only throwing knowledge to people, and the real fact is that we have to find the talents. I just want to give you an example and tell you some stories. One of the most spectacular stories that I had. I was taking care of what was in the past called FEBEM in São Paulo, and then now it's a foundation called Casa. And what was it? We had like 2,000 and a half teenagers, all of them mixed because they have committed many different kinds of crimes, and we had many deaths in that place, almost like 90% reincidence of that people. Every day we had a kind of rebellion inside of that place. If you may remember, in the afternoon they used to put fire in some materials over there, and then the governor invited me to go there, and I remember that there was a movement called the baptism, which is the concept was when that teenager was getting in that institution, they were like given a bath, but in a very different one. And then when they're completing 18 years old, because he was supposed to be there until 18 years old, because they can only be there for 3 years. And then he had to kill someone from the other group with using a pen, for example. They didn't have a gun over there. But can you imagine that situation? Because if he killed someone until 18 years, he would be until 21 years old. But then if he killed someone with 18 years old, he would answer for the justice in a different way. And then at that time, that what was happening. And we started a program of transformation over there. When he left that place, from 2 units, we created 56 units, dividing per size and per types, going into the interior of cities and convincing people that that was a good place to be. And we had a program called the employment program, which was professional courses where they used to learn about a profession, and when they got out of there, they had a profession outside of that place. And then they used to have a scholarship in universities. And then I said, well, we need more. We need art and culture in here. And then I knew Paulo Altran. We had a theater play called No Lugar de la Mancha, and I wanted to take all of this art over there. And I also wanted Paulo Altran inside of that institution. And then we started creating these great groups of theaters in the units of FEBEM. And then we had a project called Goody, which was an orchestra. In the time that I was there, we had only a few rebellions, and then thing was about the Miserables. We were in this theater, and we took them in 3 buses, and then the governor called me and said, "Don't you think that it's a very dangerous situation to take this guys to this theater?" And then I said, "No, there will not be any rebellion. Trust me." And then, okay, he said, "I trust you," because that president was changing his function inside of the institution. I have a book called The Law of Pedagogy, and remember about this. Because of that book, people were like not trusting in me. And then this group of people, they had a job already outside of our institution. And then I said, okay, so it's going to be all right. So we have a support from police, and if there was a rebellion in the theater, that would be a disaster. But then I will lose my job, I know, but it's not possible that it's not happening. And then the police was there taking care of us, and they were watching that play, and I can remember that we're crying a lot. And I don't know if you know the story of this play. It was an incredible moment. And after are human beings that committed mistakes in the past, but I really believe that we can reconstruct their lives, and then we can see the role of culture because it's a revolution that turns education to something better. And I use the power of ecstasy because I need to bring light to these people and try to help them find another way. Another story about FEBEM, the unit of Tatuapé. I was working there for a time, and Chalita said, "Well, I do you believe that these people can write anything?" And then I said, "Well, I thought it was like a technical knowledge, but not a gift." And then I chose 50 people from the group, and they liked me a lot because they were not uh, doing their that haircut anymore. We had theaters and some different activities. And then I told them a story about a book that I wrote for my mother. And then I said I had an idea. I was working a lot every time that was a problem in one of the units of FEBEM. And then I used to say, uh, they were treated as a number, but I used to treat them with the names, with their names. And I was telling them the story of my mother. And when my mother was when she was completed 70 years old, I gave all of them this book. So imagine if every single person here could write a letter in a very special way to your mother. We can put this in a special pack and then deliver this to your mom. What do you think about this? And then they were staring at me. And I asked them, didn't you like this idea? And they were still staring at me. And we were, at that time, we invited Padre Marcelo, which was a very famous one at that time. And we prepared that ceremony. And I wanted some August, and we will bring more Portuguese teachers for you to teach you, and you can write down whatever you want. If you want forgiveness, or if you want to say that you are innocent, whatever you want to write down, you can write it, and then we will deliver this to your mom. And do you believe that they really learn how to write? We launched that book. This is called Love Letters for My Mom. They got awards for that, and that was a very good situation because we could see that education depends on the symbols and on the feelings and emotions. Because if it's not that way, it's not education. They must receive many different information and must take out what they have as the best things. And the art has a very important role in it. The students here are not here to listen 1 hour about history or anything else. It's not the way that we work in right now, but we are here 3 or 4 hours in rehearsals and trying to learn how to dance and expanding the feelings because the art has a richness that is invisible. When we have a real story and when we touch this universe, we have to change the concept that we developed about the education here in Brazil. That's why people do not learn so much because they're not touching their souls. And it's a feeling, it's all about emotion. It was something really important that I learned. First, because people didn't believe that they had any possibility to find the right way. And then I said the incidence was 90%. And then during that time was only 7%. And why is that? Because they have new perspective, new dreams. So imagine someone that committed a mistake, and when they were inside of that place, they were like thinking that will be no opportunity in the future. But then they had new chances, jobs outside of there. and the companies like that so much that they have many vacancies available for this people, for this team. And we are constructing this, trying to understand them and checking their complexity of the human being.
And you can imagine at 12, there was a boy that stole someone's cell phone, and the taxi driver was telling me that this boy should be killed. And I said, he asked if I agreed with him, and I said, I agree, of course. And I also think that we should kill drivers that go through a red light, right? Because there's a chance of killing someone. Is that how I'm going to solve the problems in our world? Killing humans? Not understanding how people got there. There were times where we would think that the person was born that way. There's a philosopher that would measure the size of the forehead to determine whether it was going to be a violent person or not. But we are the values that we receive, the influences that we have, the places that we live, and that's what I absorb. Oh, I would never eat a dog, but you eat a rabbit. You don't feel bad for the rabbit. That's my culture. In my culture, I learned how to eat rabbits and not dogs. And it would be the same thing the other way. Are there not to work? The whole discussion with inclusion and our dear President Queiroz from Sesc created a fascinating experience to help professors working with disabled people understand what are these intellectual disabilities, how to work with them. It's an inclusive school for those that works. We have to be inclusive, compassion, respect, empathy, walking to side by side. Everyone, we have to help each other. We are equal and different at the same time. There is a huge problem with the mass in conscience. And because we have echo, everyone repeats the same thing, and we are forgetting something that is essential to human beings. That's the art of thinking. I just keep repeating things, and technology is so good and so bad at the same time. WhatsApp groups that I receive information and I just forward it without even understanding whether it is true or not. And I was very young when I started working at FEBEM, and for example, I was in the elite of São Paulo, and people were saying, "Oh, poor Chalita, he has to live with those animals," and I'm not in a zoo. I'm at FEBEM, but those are hopeless children. These looks. How beautiful it is to know different people and pay attention to them. We are very inattentive to this fascinating experience that is getting to know other people. I was at Sesc in Manaus in the Amazon, and for the launch of their book, beautiful book. The North region of Brazil is fascinating. And they were paying a tribute to an 80-year-old writer that her name's Leila. And I was going to discuss Tiago de Mello, that is an Amazon author. And this woman would say that she was flourishing at 80 years old. How good it is to be 80 years old, to do what I do, to write about what I like and draw about these people's lives. These are experiences. These are meetings that give a different meaning to my life because I can pay attention to the other part. And they somehow change my life. And I also see people doing wrong things by so quickly. Her life, her emotion, mind. Adelia Prado as well that I just mentioned. I went to Divinopolis with her, and she was watching me, and then I changed tale. It's something that bothers me. This is a submissive woman. I wanted to understand why you chose to write that tale. It's a small poetic tale, and it goes a little bit like this. The woman says, "My husband comes back late at night from fishing, I wake up, we go to the kitchen, so I cook him something, and while I prepare the food, he discusses the fish and the fishing, and we clean the fish together, which is we clean up the fish and prepare the fish. Really, but and then Adelia asks, "Well, honey, if that bothers you, do not wake up. Stay in bed." But the beauty of simplicity, of poetics, it's not a text about fishing. It's a symbolic element. In the air, and she told me, pay attention to the smell of coffee. I love coffee, and she asked me if I loved coffee, and I do. You know what's even better than coffee? And I said, what? Is stirring coffee with your own finger. It's delicious. Isn't that beautiful? I just stuck in my finger in the coffee to see how that felt like, and I didn't feel like it was a big deal, but really the poetics of our day-to-day lives, and I really I pay so much attention to every single person I see my way, even if I'm in an airport, and they were talking about their husbands, and one of them were saying that her husband is unpleasant, is grotesque, and she was telling that on Sunday his friends were at her house because they keep laughing at what the things that his husband does to her. And my husband told them that I am very horny, and they were looking at me, and he kept saying that I enjoyed that, but he's disgusting. And I talked to my mom, and she suffered a lot when my father cried. And when he died, when he passed, she was a whole different woman, and telling that story and saying things that her husband says. And then she grabs coffee and building her up to that marriage. And then the other one says, that's not easy. She's been married to that man for 20 years. There's something that's called derooting. How can I simply divorce him? And I know it's not simple. These are stories that are not mine. I was 20-something years, and I started a project at the University of São Paulo about female aggression, and it was so hard to listen to those women's lives, and some women, they are so sensitive and they feel so much pain, and those are life stories that need to be enlightened some other way. With their own minds, they will ruin the families. I don't know if you've seen the series The Monsters, those boys that killed their parents. It's so instigating because there's a whole series and documentary. How can two teenagers kill their parents? What took them to act that way? They were sexually violented by their father, and the mother did not want to ruin the family. The mother knew about it, and she didn't want to ruin the family. But that what is considered to I'm not saying I'm not judging whether they should or should not have killed their parents, but let's judge a little less and love a little more. You don't know what that person has gone through. You don't know the pains, the wounds that have turned into scars, and that sometimes go back to being wounds again. But we have to pay attention to people. That's educating. When I talk to teachers, if I don't know my students, if I don't know their names, if I don't know their stories, their repertoires, how can I be a teacher? How can I have this sacred element of educating? Professor comes from the word to profess, that to believe, and I believe in the human being, even if they're different, even if they are complicated. That doesn't matter. We're all different from each other, and each one of us has a way to develop our lives, our life flows. There's a story that happened to me about paying attention. Once in the city of Juazeiro do Norte, I was trying to get to know that place, see the people, and I said I wanted to see the church of Padre Cicero, Priest Cicero, and we went there. We prayed a little. I saw the church, and the mayor told me to just leave soon because there was a guy coming, and this guy looked at me and said, Priest John likes me and Priest Anthony doesn't. It's probably Priest Anthony. Priest John, he's at the door, he talks to us, he prays a mass that is so amazing. So us, and he said that he works with funerals, and I said that's so interesting, and I wanted him to keep talking so I would understand what exactly he did with funerals, at funerals. And I said, Cicero, I'm so sorry, but can you explain to me better what you do at funerals? And he was laughing, and I said, can you please stop laughing and tell me what that is? What you do? Right, so I don't know if you remember those women that were paid to cry at funerals. That's what I do. I go to closure. Do you know the bells that should ring whenever there's a funeral? I go there and I cry a lot because that is paying my respect to that person that died. Do you know the song When a Child Dies? And he sang to me that song, and there's a song from Northeast about a mother that loses their child. And I asked him what was the saddest funeral he's ever been to. And then he looked at me and asked me for a hug. And then I hugged him, and he started crying. And we were hugging, and then he said, it's Gabriel, your name, right? Well, the mayor knows me well. I'm a very complicated person, and when my mother died, my sisters are very ashamed of me. The mayor knows, and when my mother died, miracle, I wanted my mother to show to me, so just that I could have some closure and tell her,
Well, you talk like Father John, because when I remember about the story of my mom, and then he said, "Don't talk to me about that story," and then I told her, "Well, if you work with this, you may like this author, Widowski. Maybe he didn't read this author, but he gave us a class about this. Um, you know that we have to be patient about that, and it's a comprehension about the limitations, and we comprehend that, we feel that pain, and we know that we have to cry whenever we feel pain, and we are learning from that. This is culture, education at the same time. If we were in a cell phone, we would waste all of that knowledge about knowing Cicero. I even wrote a theater play about him, about his incredible story, and this richness about the human adventures. We do not choose about getting born. It's the same thing about this French teacher. We do not choose to be born, but it's about some biographies. And one of them is called Monique Gets Free. And Monique is living with a new wedding with a new husband. She was used to watch a situation about violence in homes, and she was trying to convince their mom and trying to find new places. And then he was called gay and all of these things, and you were talking as a female guy. And then we had some plays and some jokes and all the pain that he felt during his life. He had to prostitute himself, and he was living in Paris because he didn't have money enough to be there. So he said that I'm going to pay about your teeth treatment, and then how we are going to pay? I have to prostitute myself. That's the only way. And then here's that's were marvelous books, and it shows us the story that form our shape. The founder of Mio Edson Godoy, has already passed away, but we repeated 4 times the fundamental school. And once his his family was a really poor family, and then at that day, this doctor that would taking care of him, treat them very, very well. And then the mother said, "You must be like this doctor." And then he never repeated again. He started calling and said, "This is my example. This is what I'm going to be." And this is what we need. Aristotle is watching an audience. Imagine a sea, for example. You imagine a child, for example, or even a gun or a motorcycle. It's all inside of our mind because we have seen this previously, and then these images were turned into concepts. This is what we call values. We must have images of honest people, true people. If we only have the images of wrong people, my concept will go this way. This is what for my consciousness. This will fill in my mind and develop who I am. That's why 300 before Christ, Aristotle said, education is to teach people to like the right things. It's just a habit. For example, when the behavior of children, when a father, for example, asks about how is it going in your school, and then I can tell you that my son only gets 10 as grades. So my love depends on these grades, and then when this child cannot have this grade, then the love will be different. And that's not the way it is. We are developing here the habit to lie, like I didn't got the grade 10, but I would tell them that I did, just to feel their love. Freddie used to call a habit, and inside of this code of sacred things, the first thing is to be born. So there's a poem about this by Fernando Pessoa. My look is clear as a nature. I have used to walk on the streets watching for the right and left, and every time what I see is something that I have never seen before, and I know exactly what it is. I know that we have to maintain the core of a child when they are born. I feel like I'm getting born in every moment for the eternal news of the world. Alberto Caeiro, Fernando Pessoa. And what is this, people? How do I feel for to be born for the world? We feel like it's an eternal new. When I forget about this, what Adele said, God took me out this poetry, and that was beautiful. And they always applause the sunset in Ecuador. Well, you have a fear to end your life, and you see that every day love, there's a one love dying, one doubt, one desire. That's why she wrote this poem called Metaphysical Ones after a Portuguese artist, and she was really famous, but she had a hard life because she had many hard situations to overcome. And she had another text that she said, I signed a contract and not giving up. I know that this pain is strong, but I know that I'm here to live and to face this pain. And we die every day. The sunset is the death of the sun, but it would rise again in the other day. And we know that we have to say goodbye to the people that we love. I don't have the presents, her kisses. I used to read all my books to my mom in the first place. And then my mom used to correct me, like, change this and please. And then I said, when I started this play, my mother was here, but then when we launched this, she was not here anymore. So it was a very hard situation to overcome. But we know that it's something that we have to face. We have some other bad situations, change jobs, change city, and to have a strange situation that you live in, but you're preparing yourself to this, comprehending the things, the feelings that you have. To live is a sacred act, and to die is also sacred. And the third sacred thing is time, time of existence. You know it from Ecclesiastes book, and this is something beautiful. For everything there is a time. For every moment there is a moment under the sun. Time to be born, time to die, time to plant, and time to collect what you planted. Time to kill, time to cure, time to destroy, and to construct. Time to cry, to smile, to dance, to throw stones, to get them back, to embrace someone, and to separate from someone. Time to search for someone, to wait for, time to waste, time to construct, time to seal, time to shut, and time to speak. Also time to love and time to hate. Times of war and peace. And what can we learn from work from his job? The things that God did was always good thing, and He is always collecting love inside of their heart. And we have to understand that we can conclude that nothing is better for man than to be happy and to look for the good things during their lives. And what is time? Time is not a repetition. The experiences of life will never repeat again. Someone called Erasmus Jaffin said that nobody takes a bath in the same water of a river because it will never come back again. That's why we need that plenitude about time. At the same time that I miss my mom, she died in the beginning of the pandemic time. I was at that time 5 months with her, and I turned at that Chronos. Chronos is the god of time. I turned at that. It comes from chronic, which is literally book, Chronos and Kairos. And what is that? Is the plain time. I knew that she had to leave, but I wanted that time to be a full time. And my dad was the same thing. He was born. He got married later, and I wrote a book about him. In that book, I used to say how many times I had to say I love you to my dad. Sometimes we waste many opportunities to say I love you and to ask for forgiveness. Our minds are getting dirty with some other information that are stealing time from us. Culture takes us to this, and also education. That's why we have to develop culture without education, and there is no way to develop education without culture. It's a very good construction that exists in time. But now it's time to listen to you. I want to talk to you right now. Okay, so thank you, Chalita. This has taught us a lot about love and respect. We have some our promoters here and some people here with microphones, so as you can make up your questions or any doubts or any comments that you have. We have an open microphone right now. You just have to raise your hands to have your microphone. In the beginning, I know that you're shy, but we have someone here, and then some other hands are raised. Well, if you want to begin here, it's next to you because of the microphone, but we know that there are some other people. Well, good morning. I'm really glad to be here, and I'm quite sure that. And how do we take this to a different territory? I came from Roraima, and I'm dedicating a lot about violence of genders of women, and it's a complex situation. We have to touch this point of culture. How do we deal with culture in 2024? And recently, I've launched a book called Subtle Things About Dad. We have different experiences here in Brazil, different places, different realities, and the way that we treat these people. And as you said, when we are writing, we're not only talking about us. We have some different open legs. It's not a beautiful thing to say because it's about all about love. It's something that touches our culture, the sexual violence. How can we re-educate our society? How can we prepare our children that works for all of them? How do we present this world to our children that are coming in the future? And what you are saying to what moves us. I know that it's important and it will always be important, but when we have I know that complaints are important, but the thing is, what will be our new ways to be followed? We will only follow that without looking at people that are surrounding us. I believe that all the politicians are inside of the new territories. We have many Indians living here in our Brazil, and how our public politics is not working for these territories. And it was something really shocked about the violence, mainly with children, and it was not only about the pandemic time. The pandemic time is now, and what makes me think that how to look at ourselves and to see what is good and what is bad, and then to see that sometimes the culture hurts, and this reflects me for many times, many things that we work in our territories, in our previous experiences, and I'm really, really happy to be here in this job and with this different perspective to touch the other and to love each other. Thank you very much for that moment. Well, you can see that what a pretty thing that she brought to us. First, all the reflection about the originaries of people, the meaning of the mixing of this many cultures that we are here in Brazil. In São Paulo, we have five ethnical societies, and it was rich that may come to the other ways, respect, and this is something that is really strange. One part of the society to feel the object of some other part in the society. And what is interesting here is to respect all the cultural dimensions. You can find the reasons to build new images. Because if I was born in a place that what I learned was that, my life would be based on that. I need to learn many different things. I had a project in Mozambique when I was a leader. I worked with a person called Luisa Diogo, and there they had a habit, an old habit, that the first initial sex must be done or by the father or then my dad. My boyfriend will love me more than my dad. Well, boyfriend I can change, but my father is the owner of that right. So first I have to respect and not to take this to a vulgar place, and to help her reflect about the concept what is love. Maybe love is only about violence is not only about this, you know, that it's there's a lot of pain and also real. How do I consume the society that can see each other in a respectful way? And this comes from another part. Mandela used to like this word a lot, respect. This is, you have to look again and again. I'm really shocked. I'm living in Rio because I have this job here in Saxonac, but I live in São Paulo, in Gianópolis, and where I live, we have to deal with it. It's not easy to do this.
Others. And what do I do with these situations of sadness? And am I gonna give up? Right? Just like Carlos Drummond used to say about obstacles. How do I deal with these obstacles? Right? Right. Next question. Good morning, Gabriel. First of all, thank you so much for this amazing lesson. My name is Talailson, and I would also like to congratulate you about your play, Francisco's, and what you said about the cell phone, right? And then I'd like to ask you, how do you see the role of technology in today's education? You said that there is how these cultural elements are born in us. I was looking at news on the internet and I saw these news. Pope Francis creates a laundromat for people, for homeless people in the Vatican. And the Pope has so much to think about, and he thought about building a laundry to people that live on the streets. And that's so nice of him. That's so incredible. And that inspired me to write a text about the Pope that is so tired about all of the noises in the world, and he goes to this laundry, and he meets a man that is there to wash his clothes, and he discovers that is Saint Francis of Assisi, and this person that loved everyone. It was pure love. This is a dimension of humankind, and with that I will answer your question. Technology has improved our world. That's a fact. World is a better place with technology in many aspects. Medicine is so much better. Diagnostics are better. Surgeries are less invasive with the use of technology. So undoubtedly, medicine has improved with technology. Technology has also improved aviation. It's so rare for a plane crash to happen, and because technology has improved transportation in general, ships and public policies. Technology is here to help us. So the problem is not technology. When I went to San Francisco for a lecture, we see those self-driving cars, and at first you get a little scared about that, but the way that they get people, they pick up people in the airports, immigrants, and China has better technology about those cars and those machines to welcome people in the airports. Now, we are social animals. we're not technological animals. We're animals. Many of the things that we have, it's identical to animals. Without water, we die. Without sleeping, we die. We are animals. But we are social. We're sociable. How can we develop in a relationship with the other? I need other humans to develop. If I don't have that, I will not learn how to talk. I will not learn how to walk. And for the development of my affections, when I imagine replacing this human presence by machine, robotics are good, but I still need a human doctor to make a decision, to embrace people, to have a comforting conversation. So I am very much in favor of technology in education, for example, but a smart technology that will relate to people. I don't know if many of you young people here have heard about Bibi Ferreira. Have you heard of her? She was amazing. And I had a work about Bibi Ferreira. And I wanted them to use Bibi Ferreira doing a play of Chico Buarque. And it was amazing. And the emotion. So technology can also give us emotion. If I can ally technology to emotion, that would be great. One of these lessons that I teach are for students of law, business, and economics. And I talk about decision making. And there are many problems that I play to them, and it's online, and I ask them things that it's going to be hard for them to find on ChatGPT. And it's okay. They can use technology. There's a book that I love about Clarice Lispector that is about a woman that lost her housemaid, and she sees a cockroach. She does not know what to do with the cockroach. She doesn't want to step on it because it's disgusting, whether she should scare the cockroach away. And then she realizes that she has many questions, but the cockroach doesn't. It's as if the cockroach has. And I asked them, what does she do with the roach? And then a minute after, one of them answered me. And they found on Gemini because it wasn't on ChatGPT or Gemini. Okay, so you told me about what she did with the roach, but what does that mean? Why does she do that with the roach? And then, so we have so many instruments to help us do things, but I will need to read that. And I told them so much about that. And I just figured that the week after that, most of them had read the book. So we have to change the way we teach so that our students are curious. We have to instigate curiosity so that they can develop. What else, you guys? Okay, I know I'm taking too long with my answers. I'm sorry. Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra. And I wanted to ask you two questions. But before, let me give you an opinion of what I thought about your speech. I really love the way that you changed the repertoire of the people and in giving them more opportunities in life. So how was that to you to have the responsibility of taking care of these kids at FEBEM? Of course, I was afraid. It's scary. I started working with FEBEM, and I decided I did not want any security guards with me. Of course, that I had to trust that I was bringing only good things to them, that they would respect my presence there. And I had to convince the governor, because we needed to go to other units. I had to convince the cities to have FEBEM. the cardinal here at Rio, Dom Arani, he was a bishop at a city called São José do Rio Preto. And I went to São José do Rio Preto to inaugurate FEBEM, and he was there, many other authorities. And then after 2 months, he calls me and he says, Secretary, I know if you prevent that, community needs to go to FEBEM. We need to make people aware of what is right, what is wrong. And obviously, he was afraid, right? And he did that and things improved. And an interesting experience, Alexandra, I realized that both in the prison system and also FEBEM system, the masculine units, there are lines for visiting. In the feminine unit, there's no one. If you pass by on a Saturday, the masculine prison, there are lines. In a feminine, no one visits women in the prison system. What we did in São Paulo, we created a feminine unit, and I was able to convince mothers to visit the inmates, female inmates, and I could not understand, what do I have to do to bring these people to visit these women? And there's a dermatologist that she was the president of the Brazilian Association of Dermatology, and she wanted to volunteer at FEBEM. And I said, Dr. Denise, Botox is an expensive thing, right? But if we have many dermatologists and offer Botox for the mothers of these girls, of these inmates, do you think that's possible? And the first day that we had for Botox, all mothers were there. As if the mother would forgive the son, but not the daughter. My daughter could not have done that. And normally, the women that are inmates, they are there because of men. That's normally how that happens. It's a boyfriend that would use them as mules. It's minimum the number of women that are that commit homicide. And then so mothers started going, and then I would talk to them, like, for us to recover these women, we need to have bond and dreams. These women need to feel loved, but they also need to dream. If not even their mothers come here to hear you talk about love. Nowadays, when we talk about that, we are criticized. I am a professor at a public school in Duque de Caxias. It's a municipality in Rio de Janeiro. And in Rio de Janeiro, I also work with readings. And at night, I'm responsible for project of PEJA. And in the past few years, we have seen sort of a scaling up of these networks using single materials to single methodologies to every student. And for the experiences that I have in my reading rooms, I am able to have the freedom to use my own material. I can work at PEJA to see deep transformation of these people, and I see the difficulties that is to humanize education, right? With methodologies that are so technical, so individualistic, right? It's all about tests, and it's something, and then we have the SAPs, and it seems like humanization is being left aside. And I wanted to ask you, don't you think that dehumanizes our children? And during your time as a Secretary of Education, how did you how did you feel about that? Because you probably received a lot of pressure to choose methodologies. Thank you. Look, that's so amazing what you just brought to us. The human being does not even have the same fingerprint. People are completely different, and I wanted to share a certain pain of mine. Brazil has had fascinating education experiences copied from many places in the world, and we do have this problem about government. Whatever government it is, a new president or a new governor that can change the whole methodology. Brazil has had educators just like Anísio Teixeira that back in 1940 he had the first full-time school that was a revolutionary education system. They had cooking classes, math classes, planting classes, physics, and children were so enriched. We had Paulo Freire, and then all of a sudden he was considered to be a communist. And those people that say that, they don't even know what communism is. It's one of the most educated men in the throw all of that away. And then we blame the teachers. It's not the teachers. It's the politicians, the managers, the public managers. I know many secretaries that ask me about, for example, well, if you have this software, this digital whiteboard, that doesn't matter. If you have a lot of money left to spend on this, that's fine, but that's not essential. I've had a very enlightening experience as a secretary in São Paulo. We were able to have such effective policies of literacy and reading. We had a program called about Sing São Paulo that was chorus in all schools. I had different programs from different master's and doctor's degrees from all over the world, and I was able to send these teachers. And I had the school of the family in São Paulo, is that São Paulo had many schools that were in terrible shape, and we had this program that we had volunteers, we had paid people, and then one of the things of the school is that we would leave that decision to schools so that they could choose whether they wanted their walls to be painted with graffiti or regular paint. And that's so nice. Schools stopped having degradation. And when we assess all of other developed countries' experiences, they respect their teachers, they respect theory and practice, and that has a lot of reading. Some of the secretaries here in Brazil started with this idea that our students don't read, let's all go to the digital. But the most technological countries, if you go in a school in China, and you see the image, but the book, you can imagine that image. So reading is really much more effective.
I know you for a long time, and I got here some sentences about a student, Alexandra, and from my colleague, and from my other colleague that talked about the cell phone. So, my name is Rosiclé. I'm from the Municipal School of Duque de Caxias, and I'm now working in the bookstore. What I want to tell you is that we have a crisis, political and religious, for the right of a human that will not exist anymore. And we have some other sentence. The first is from Beauvoir. That is, love is a combination of care. Because of this matter, they are hardly visited. And I bring a new perspective here only to tell you some things about Jana's book regarding to what we are formed as people here in Brazil, in a land that was explored in the past, and we are being built, and but we believe that we are in a colonized society, and we are living in the shadow of slavery, and we have a culture that disrespects the existence of the female body, even considering women from different genders, and where children, especially the girls, are going through a process of violation since they're born. And when we are talking about this love, importance, and all the things that you said, and all my colleagues also said, it's hard for me as a professor for more than 30 years. Okay, but I'm also talking about the disrespect and the human dignity about a professional career because of this executive power that ignores our existence. And this is something that it's a willness, and it's a cause of a lack of motivation. I never give up. I am 53 years old, and I started in this area when I was 20 years old. And this is something really bad to see that many colleagues lost their strength, they gave up, and this will really impact the result of our mission here and the way that we teach our children. And there is a reels that I've seen from the educational secretary from Goiás that she's clearly saying that if you're earning not enough money, you may change your profession. If you're looking for better conditions to your children, you look for another job. So for having a better conditions and to have a historical reconstruction about this area that's only about women, that it's an inadequate job for the women, this is something old-fashioned, and it's not only me, because I'm talking on behalf of many other colleagues. I know that it's extremely hard to talk about this. And when I'm telling you these sentences, I'm full of hope, and the hope of Paulo Freire is to be expecting for the good. It's possible if there's love, and if there is a different look, that the other people are different. Every single person is different from the other. There's no way to create the same class to one group of 15, 30, or 50 students. Sure, at that moment in France, in a reflection about the pain of the women and the meaning of what is to be a woman, she created a play about all of this theme. And also Bell Hooks, she's a woman that we should be obliged to watch her, because we may expand our mind watching her, especially when she's talking about love. Love is not only a feeling, love is a movement. Love is an ethical movement, is a different posture. First, I have to be realistic. We know that racism exists and this prejudice exists. We know that. Some people say that it doesn't exist here. We know that we created new regulations about this, but the culture didn't follow this regulations. All these homophobic jokes and the way that people treat the other are really not a very good example. As I said recently in some other space where I heard someone saying to a woman, I changed this for two of 20 years old. She's not the same anymore. And then I said, well, we can change him for just one that cannot say that 30 words that he said. And then I said, "Oh, I'm only joking." And then it's a not respectful joke. And then in the end, the waiter said, "Do you accept anything else?" And then I said, "Don't accept that because you're really fat as a pig." And then she said, "Only the coffee and the bill, please." And then I thought, well, why didn't she do anything about this? They used to say, "Calm down, he will get better." My marriage is for 30 years, and sometimes people are religious and they said, "Well, you have to have faith in God," but God do not allow to this kind of situation. And when I realized this movement, the commitment, it's really cool to see that. When I was working in the city hall, for example, because and we were going to change that situation, and we could be able to build a new uh, perspective for them. We stood there for 6 years, and we got the first place in Brazil. But it's not about only the variation, but also we had the formation process that could be involving all the professors. All I can tell you an interesting story about a group, many other things. But then people were saying that the mathematics professor were supposed to lose it, and I said, well, that was a completely fake news because this is there's no way to finish Portuguese classes. For example, when I was secretary of another municipality, I told them I gave an opportunity for them to make up questions and bring new ideas, and then for us to eat. So it's like a very bad situation. And then I said, the technicals said it's not allowed because it was only approved to the students, only to the children. And then we were trying to solve this, and many professors here watching us, well, they are saying that it's not allowed. I think that it's okay, but we will have to solve this because if you are authorized, then maybe you can go to jail. So I'll study about this and I'll come back to you. And then I went to Tewadaji, the mayor, and I work with different parties. And then I talked to Adaji. We must find a way. And then he told me they can't. It's gonna be a problem. And then I said, well, material. And then I said, well, food is a pedagogical item. And then I said, yes, of course it is, because if it's eating and talking to the children, that's okay. Okay, if you justify this, that would be okay. But it's better to have a meeting about this. And in 1 month later, we were back there at that place, and then I was talking to Amori, and then I said the program will be called in the same table, and the teachers were able to eat from that on. But then this guy heard me, and we're taking care of this, and maybe I could be back there and say that that was not possible because of the regulations. But that's why it's so beautiful when you're telling your examples. It's not only about the money, but it's also about dignity. If I tell something to someone, this people is listening to me. I have always been a defender of education here, and I remember that I was in a school in Itaquera, where a professor said he had 40 students in a classroom, and today it's only more. It's talking about inclusion. We had the language of that change in the structure, because at that moment it was really hard to change things. But then the joy of that professor was that someone came here and listened to me. So he felt as a respected professional. So we have to take care about money, about the mind, formation. Everyone needs to study all the time. If you want people to learn things, you have to give them possibilities to study. And then how we can use this inside of the classroom. If I allow my students to use the cell phone, he's not using the materials, what do I do? What is okay for them to do or not? And self-mutilation, for example, bullying situations, how can I deal with it? And what about heart? When my director looks at me and he knows why and what is happening to me, why am I ill at that time? For example, if you replace me in a classroom, you see the situations happening all the time. All the pain that I feel, someone must recognize this pain. If I have a perspective of these professors as only a tool of education, it won't work out well in the end. I remember once there was a situation about race. We were analyzing a project, and I was supposed to tell them that they deserve this race, but unfortunately, we could not give this to them. We wanted this to happen, but unfortunately, we won't have it. And I explained to them all the calculations, so there was no strike because of that. And in the following year, they asked us about 11%. But I will tell this to them. And then they were supposed to ask for 19. And then they said, You're giving us more than what we are asking for. And then, no, you must not discuss about this. And the computer was also something different, because the union was incurred about this, and they suspended the notebooks. And then the president said, well, we have to finish this process. And then, okay, we have to solve it. And we were built in a new way. And then I explained that. And now we have notebooks for all the professors. It must be true with them. Public politics is built based in truth. Okay? Is it lunchtime? I'm talking too much here. Last question? Okay. 2 more questions. Just 1 second, just to understand. There are 4 people. So let's go to this 4 in a row. Okay, all of them together. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then there's one raised hand over there. I believe I decorated the question, so let's go. Oh, that's very good when we have lots of questions. Like schools, and now he has one question. I have a friend that she's a writer. She's in the beginning of her career, and I'd like to ask you. Let me do it again. What can you tell us about the new writers, people that are beginning in this career, and people that are creating poetries and poems? Because I have a friend that is in the beginning of her career, and sometimes she used to send me her creations. There are some things that comes from her heart, and it's not only a talent, but we can see that it comes from the heart. And sometimes I correct them, and sometimes she has said that it's not a very good result, but I thought it was spectacular. Well, my name is Gabriel, and Raisa is my friend. Many people call me Callisto. Okay, what else? Attitudes. Up here, okay, are you okay? So my name is Peter. I'm a story professor, and I would like to ask you. I learned a lot with a lot of pleasure, and I'm always learning, and I'm learning here too. I just want a reflection about the potential of happiness and pleasure in the process of learning, because it's on a daily basis. I'm always facing the ordinary things, the work as a toy and a play, and a play as a work. Sacred will be the rivers, and profane will be the cars. Not only what we're doing, but the contrary. That's marvelous. Very good.
What else? Here, I am an art professor. I would like to thank you so much for your lecture. It was amazing. I have been teaching for 25 years. I quit my job twice already because I was so disappointed at the system, and I am currently working at Duque de Caxias. It's a city, and today in Duque de Caxias we have an education that is pretty much the same one as all other countries, and that story was erased by military. And we, as educators, we have to think, are we going to continue to maintain the system that was imposed to us in education in a country where we do not fight against it? We have to go beyond, because a boy in a school like this, it's the same thing. We are in the same system. And my question is, if you believe in this system that is in Ceará, for example, where you have to learn how to take tests, or another perspective that is a more humanizing education that is not going that direction at, for example, schools in Mogi das Cruzes, in the field experiences in Maricá, that bet on the teacher to show the results of certain tests. That's it. I'm so sorry if I exceeded myself. Well, great. Good afternoon. My name is Tony. I work at Radio Mech and the technical part. So my question to you is, with this whole thing of artificial intelligence and the pandemic of fake news, not only in Brazil but all over the world, how can we educate in this scenario? In Finland, for example, we see that kids, before they start learning how to read and write, they start learning about fake news, and that is a public policy there. And how can we in Brazil do something like this, not only in the big capitals but every municipality? Great, and that was the last one. Okay, I think I remember the questions. Oh, last one. Hi, my name is teacher Asilana, and my question is about this art and education relationship. I've always believed in this process. I have been a manager at a school for 5 years, and I remember that the best moment during my term was to be able to access to these inside of your within your actions. And I'm sure that all of those situations were not simple. You were always having to negotiate. Why can't we make any advancements in that if we had told so many people in these partnerships in a more clear, direct, and objective way? Because obviously these children are not traveling alone, and the school has this important role. Why is there's so many obstacles for us to make that happen, to bring the students and bring art into the school? I wanted to ask your opinion about that. I'll make a brief comment and then a question. Score. Only a few students in public schools participate in name. Oh my goodness, every question is a different lecture. Okay, so let me just try to recap here. Culture and education, bureaucratic things. Right, so when I was a secretary in São Paulo, we created the Museum of the Portuguese Language. And I wanted the Secretary of Culture to do that with me. Project about professors, we would help them. It would be called Caminho das Artes. It's like an arts path. And we would make available for these teachers to be able to go to theater plays, and if you can imagine that during 6 months, a play will half of that audience will be made of teachers. And we also had this program, it was called Teachers at Museums, where they would have breakfast, a Sunday breakfast at museums, and you have to identify what makes people not go to certain spaces, and really design paths for people to start going to these places more. And that you receive. Think again. It's like the word respect. It's like analyze it, have more information, and that's fundamental to then go to Duque de Caxias of what are assessments, what are evaluations. They cannot be decision making tests only. We have to prepare them for life. When I was a teacher at a public school, and then those parents were asking me if their 3-year-old children would be able to get into public universities, and I would tell them, just calm down, man. It's just these kids, they need to learn a lot more before thinking about college. These I don't like these educational networks that want to show them that they have good evaluation for getting many students in university. When you develop a good human being, education flows naturally. We have the highest numbers of suicide in young people. I'm going to the U.S. tomorrow, and we will discuss teenagers and kids suicide, and how can we approach that in a curriculum, in education, self-mutilation, and what happened. And it's interesting because France was the first country to suggest this, and the cause number 1 in France, Germany, England. Third, the first one cause of death is suicide. But it's scary. And you are concerned about your students to decorate things and not about constructing and building the personality and character. These kids will learn science, geography, math, Portuguese, but first they have to learn to not give up on their lives, to work with their imperfections. Imperfection is wonderful. I'm glad we are imperfect. Those people that find themselves perfect, they're unbearable. It's a lot easier to live with people that know that they're not perfect. And then, for example, when we're talking about the new model of high school that does have a few complex issues, the concept of a life project, it's interesting. The concept of valuing professional education is interesting. Many countries took that path. Germany, for example, did that. And we didn't really like that because we think that that's not important. But education nowadays for the young people, they cannot be very abstract. It needs to be concrete, not even in universities, because then school for children, for then they can get to high school. When you are in a school for a longer time, that will give you meaning. Gabriel, your your friend does these poems and you like it. And I became a writer because of this old lady that lived in a home. And my mother used to think that reading was bad for the sight and for the mind. I'm 55 years old, so back then we would only buy books we had so many books, but no one could read. And then my mom used to do the volunteer work in this home for the elderly. And one of the women that most talked was called Miss Ermelinda. She was a retired teacher in São Paulo. I used to live at Cachoeira Paulista. She had retired and had a very serious disease. She was about to die, and she shared what she had with her children. And she did not die, but they ended up with the money. And since she liked to talk very much, the other elderlies that did not have any patience with her, because she could not finish the fancy words that she used. And this woman, Gabriel, when I was 6 years old, she gave me so many books. She loved Clarice Lispector, Machado de Assis, Cecília Meirelles, and I was reading everything that she would give to me. And then when I turned 9, she lost sight. And she loved the words, and she was asking me to read to her, and I would do that. And Cachoeira Paulista is a beautiful place. There's we have beautiful landscapes, and we would see from that home. I was reading to her, and I read to her, and I was influenced by this elderly lady in a home. And when I was 11, and sleep whenever you want, and then I was reading it to her, and then she asked me, "What did you think, Gabriel?" Well, literature is the story of feelings of. And did you get emotional with your text? What makes you cry, Gabriel? What makes me cry? I have a brother that has Down syndrome, and I pray to God so that my brother would talk to me. I don't know if God doesn't like me. And then she told me, write a letter to God. That might be your first book. And my first book, when I was 12, is called I Just Wanted to Be a Poet. It's a letter I wrote to God asking that whether if I were a poet, if God would love me more. I would read to her, and then she would correct me. And then she would advise me to change the words and harder, but I never stopped writing. I have 93 published books. I have books for kids, for adults. When I was 21, I remember that Mrs. her children to visit me, and I could only convince her son to visit her when I was Secretary of Education. And Miss Emelinda, this is John, your son. And so writing is challenging. New writers will find a lot of difficulties and editors to publish their books, but don't give up. It's the same thing that Fernanda Montenegro tells her students, do not give up. If you like words, go for it. And many people will tell you that what you wrote is not good, but you cannot give them the right to say that. Paulo Altram, that's a writer, he told me that do not allow other people to steal your dreams. There's a lot to do, but I just want to finish with the ordinary and extraordinary that you have just asked. Happiness is not in the extraordinary. Happiness is in the ordinary, is in the everyday thing, is in coffee that we drink, is in the noise of the rain, and in flowers blooming. It's in a meeting that when you meet new people is in the resistance of existing, of waking up. And that doesn't mean that we cannot fight for what we believe, to chase our dreams, but I also need to thank for what I have achieved until here. Well, you're here, but you're not the president of the United States. Thank goodness. But to look at me and where I have come, it's really to understand the beauty of the simple things, of the people that I love. If I don't have a perfect father, that's fine. It's what I have. Forgive people. People give their best to you. But the beauty of the ordinary, of the day-to-day life, it's what gives us this poetry. I am very happy with your questions, with your participation. Tanya, that was an honor to be here. Thank you so much for this privilege, and that you may have a great event. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know that we have to pay attention to the ordinary, but this morning was extraordinary. We have a lot more to come. That's our challenge. We have a short period of time to do all this. So I'd like to thank you all. We'll stop for lunch break. We'll be back at 2:30 with other speakers about interesting topics as well. For those that did not attend the
Pessoal, boa tarde, então.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon for all the ones who are watching us in YouTube. Welcome. So let's go to our second part from our first day of this marvelous seminar. Before continuing, I'd like to warn you about confirming your presence here through this QR code that is here in this screen. And in the end of the event, you have to confirm this, okay? So continuing our program from this third seminar, international seminar of cultural mediation, we are going to talk about museum, territory without borders, examples from national and international institutions throughout strategies of how to bring responsibility and to promote dialogues, not only geographic but also social and ideological ones. To start, we this first roundtable would like to invite to our stage the coordinator of the Municipal Institute, Uninício da Silveira, Master in Museology, and Federal University of State of Rio, specialist in preservation of the Science and Health Department for Oswaldo Cruz Foundation, master degree from the Federal University of Rio, Mrs. Priscila Moretti. Welcome, and I would like to invite our second panelist. Please, the house is yours. Our second panelist is coming from Spain. He's an artist and an educator, was born in 1982. He works with institutional mediation and how the art can transform the cultural spaces with focus in experimental pedagogies and a specific website. He uses special installations and performances to generate exceptional states in this scenario. He promoted many different events such as Z33 in Belgium and also in Bogota and Spain. Actually, he's a coordinator of education from European Manifesta, Mr. Jorge Ferreiro. And our next panelist, she's a journalist, multi-artist, writer, and culture manager. She works in a culture museum of Bahia, and she also develops the management and innovative projects, creative and with social impact, with focus of invisible population and identity culture. She's worked with movies and has received more than 30 awards. And coming from the National Museum of Bahia, please would like to invite Mrs. Cynthia Maria. And to intermediate this roundtable, we would like to invite Doctor in History and Postdoctorate in International Relationship in the Strasbourg, France University, and also a professor of the Federal University here in Rio and HGP, where he works as the director of that museum. He's also the member of the board of the historical department, national department, and also director of image and arts, also from history and patrimony, cultural patrimony from the government. Mr. Also Kinaim. So your microphones are next to you. Let me just confirm if it's okay to go. So feel comfortable and we will follow the order. Please, Priscilla, you may open. The stage is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a responsibility to open this round table this afternoon. I brought here a presentation for you to know a little bit of the story of our Museum of Images. For those who do not know us, our unit is in Engenho de Dentro. Could you please start my presentation? Thank you. So this is our branch in Engenho de Dentro. Nowadays, we have a second unity. We are expanding our activities, and we are not stopping this expansion. Museum is inside of the Institute Anísio da Silveira. Well, I didn't present myself, but I believe that the MC presented myself, so that's okay. So the Institute is in this neighborhood. We have lots of trees, and it occupies a huge area in the neighborhood of Engenho de Dentro, and it's a part of this headquarters, in the end of this headquarters actually, and we are expanding our activity all over that place. I will just return one slide here. For the ones who do not know, we were previously a psychiatric hospital, and we have different levels of development of this area, and we bring with us a part of the employees that we had in that hospital, and we also have a huge archive over there, many books and many documents from that time. So this museum is a part of that institute. This museum came up from the painting projects that Dr. Anísio da Silveira created in the 40s, and she arrived there. At that time was a psychiatric center, and after 1944 she was in jail for 2 years during Vargas government, and then she was away from the activities in a kind of an exile. We don't have many information about that time, but then when she returned in 1946, she didn't want to enter into that project that now we know that that project was kind of violent, and she decided to create a new method of treatment that is a humanized pattern. And at that time we didn't have many information about this, and then she was one of the first to implement this kind of treatment at that place, actually in Brazil. At that time, Nisa met Almir Mavinier. At that time, he was an initial artist. He wasn't the one that we know now, and he was really interested in the production of that project that Nisi was developing, and he suggested a new project to create an exhibition where they could have their project exposed over there in a very intense production of images. And Almir was very important to this first moment because he brought with him all the artistic community with him. So through our institute was Ivan Sepa and many other important artists, nationally known as important artists, and we know that they did a lot of different in their careers after uh, the institute. And after this time that they were part of our institute, they had a different uh, recognition of their arts. All the projects where Nisa was part of, were always trying to have this kind of result, and then through the art that was the source of the recognition that they have. At the time, they also met Mario Pedrosa, and he was serious critical of art at that time, and he was fundamental to the constitution of this museum and to the whole history and recognition of this art, because he understood what Nice was doing at the time, what were her purposes, and he was the one that could take her to new places and to watch into a different perspective. This is a picture with Mario and Emílio de Barros, which is one of the hugest artists that were part of our institute. So these collections were created from the perception of Nice about the importance of the images as creative expressions. She understood that these images were representing the manufacturing of these feelings that were intact if this person is with an internal disorder happening. We have the capacity, our mind have this capacity to be in order even if we are in a different moment. As our body has the capacity to reconstruct, the mind also have the same capacity. Another huge perception from her is that these isolated images would not tell us about the internal content of these people. So she needed to gather all these pictures in series, and then after analyzing them, she was able to understand in what was the psychological process that was happening. Well, our archive, we have around 400,000 pieces. We are divided in some eras, in two periods of history, which is an easy before and after an easy. The first event happened in 1999. And then in the following year, the institute was baptized with her name. And then the last artist that usually was in the same space as her also died in that year. So this collection that were created in this period are closed. And we used to say that the recent ones are open because we are still receiving new pieces every day. We are in actual activities. Nowadays we receive around 50 users and visitors, and we have a production of around 5,000 pieces per year. And it's a situation that is a little desperate. I know that I have some colleagues here in the audience. You know what I mean. So the museum was created in 1952. in May 20th, and it was created. The first idea was to be a center of study by researchers. We can consider it as an intangible patrimony, considering that the process that created these pieces was considered patrimony, a national patrimony. In 2007, Cruz Jr. Defended the creation of that space in all the territory where the museum is in. It should be considered as a patrimonial territory, and that space should turn into a patrimonial park. In 2011, we had a seminar where they understood that the idea of turning the museum into a park was becoming a reality. In 2012, with the support of the actual mayor, we launched this park, Nise da Silveira. In 2021, we had an unforgettable moment where we destroyed the borders, and we are still doing this. It's important to say that these physical walls were destroyed, but the psychological ones were not, and we are still fighting for that. This institute went through an important moment. It's not anymore a psychological hospital. The last patient that we had over there was out in 2021. And to talk about education, Dr. Nis had a group of study founded in 1962. She had this group in her house, and then she transferred this group to the museum. As a result of this group, that is formative through professional from several areas and different experiences. For the ones who wanted to be part of it, just had to show up, and then it would be part of it. They had a magazine with 5 editions in 40 years. In your right side, you can see one of the first, in your left side, you can see one of the first pictures of the group that was created, and this picture on your right is an actual group, and we are bringing lots of contents, all of them based on the images that are created in this place. We have this course called the World of the Images. It was all around Brazil, and it had the purpose of to have an exhibition of the commentaries that Nise wrote down, and it was all around the national institutions, went through more than 50 units. Many people watched this material. Today we have, nowadays we have a seminar that is in its 6th edition. And this was created from a document that was written by Dr. Nise. It was a group of the main information that she considered important to be read from different writers and authors, with the purpose to bring people to what is really understandable from these images. and she used to call it Benedito because she used to ask, who will be the Benedict that will read this? And we also have a post-graduation course that is in its second class. This course was created as an initiative of the Society of Friends of the Museum. Since she was retired, this group is always working to find some investments to make this project happen, and it's connected to the health department from the government, and we need support for these programs.
I swear it wasn't me. I pressed no buttons here. Okay. I'm really not touching the pointer, so. Okay. So to tell you about the activities that we do, our museum started having this education sector in 2014, and we had an average of 3,600 visitors per year. That was a very specific audience, university students from health area, medical school, nursing school, and we were able to train a team of museologist trainees. And in 2022 was when I then was able to hire a specialized team for that area. Next one, please. Okay, go back one, please. Yeah. So until the 60s, the museum had the people that were the audience of the museum was its interns. And only when the study group was created was when we started having visit from the external public. In 2008, we've had 2,800 visitors that attended the museum. And we would have a team available for working at the museum, but everyone was responsible for hosting the visitors. And that is why we thought of implanting a new group of people in 2014. And it was a very tough moment to find the right people to do this work with quality. Next one, please. So here are a few numbers of visitors. We now have about 10,000 people visiting, and we have 2 exhibitions, one on each building. We have 2 buildings, and every month that number grows of visitors. We are now in a movement of showing our work to other places, and with the institute in the park, we have been able to know new territories. A lot of people still don't know about the existence of the museum. Many people still don't understand the idea of getting in that place because it's still known as a crazy people hospital, a place where no one can be in. So we have many challenges to move forward, really, and take this work elsewhere. We know of this definition of the museum, that the introduction of local community in the dynamic of the work of the museums is very important, so that our assets are valued. And that is, we use that definition as a rule for our internal policies. So we work with, it's a collaborative work. We interact with our users. Nisi used to call the patients of clients, and they still are part of the day-to-day operations of the museum. They, everything we do is still thinking about them, but now also thinking about expanding that to other publics. And thinking about that, we are constantly and progressively trying to reach other people outside of the walls of the park. Some parts of the institute are still there, so we have been thinking in doing activities that will help other people, and as a whole, our institute uses art to promote health. And therefore, we have more opportunities to have to keep contact with people from outside of the museum. We are in constant interaction with these other institutions, and we have partnerships with these institutions like universities, NGOs, CAPS, that is the Center of Attention to Socially Disabled People, and other cultural institutions. What do we offer of activities for the general public? And here we have a sort of a mix of people that come together in the same space, and we offer guided visits. And it's a small museum. We are always crowded with people, and because a 30 people group is already enough to crowd it. Once a month, once a Saturday a month, we offer activities with ceramic, where we invite the general public to understand what would be an activity for in an art atelier, and everyone interacts, everyone has therapy together. We also have a visiting program that takes a tour through the whole block that the Institute is part of, showing how it was and telling a little bit of the story that goes beyond the museum. And every year we have many activities, both in spring, and every year we're growing the amount of activities that we offer. This was the National Museum Week this year, and we had a conversation roundtable, and we realized that maybe a good way to be able to reach this public in a more assertive way would be to invite schools, which sound obvious, but to us that wasn't that obvious. there's still a stigma, even inside institutions, that our subject is very heavy, and children do not have still a way to deal with that. And we find different ways to explain our existence to these children. And one of the activities is called Unveiling Identities for kids from 11 to 17. And this activity discusses subjects such as the loss of identity and what is art and what isn't, what can be considered art. And so we work with the productions that they have, and it has been very successful. And another activity that we have is, it's called Drawing with Fernando. Fernando Diniz was one of the artists that has produced about 35,000 pieces of art, and one of his works turned into a cartoon. And so we offer these kids to make their own drawing books, and then who knows, one day we'll be able to produce a documentary with these kids as well. And this has worked very well. And this is just an idea of how our public has been growing. So we have been interacting with the schools around the museum, and we are being very welcome there. And you can see that our children, our infantile public has grown a lot. And that's it. I would like to thank you all so much with this wonderful photo of an activity that we had on Children's Day. We invited an artist, a local artist, and a few children from an NGO. And we did a lot of activities with storytelling, cake. It was a wonderful day, and we were able to show them a little bit about I would also like to show you the two main pieces of this work that are Jonathan and Natalia, that are key pieces to my work. Thank you so much. Well, this is democratic. Who would like to go next?
Me dei conta de uma coisa, percebi uma coisa. Muitos de vocês não têm os fones de ouvidos, então não sei se vocês vão me entender. Vocês são incríveis. Vocês são muito inteligentes. Vocês não são como as espanholas que não temos nem ideia do portunhol. Eu tenho muita vergonha, desculpa. Nós somos um desastre. Mas vocês me entendem, isso é bom. Vou tentar falar lento, também para as minhas colegas de tradução e interpretação, para que elas possam fazer o trabalho delas. Não sou eu. Eu gostaria de ser, porque é muito bonita, mas não sou eu. Todas as minhas conferências começam assim. Eu sempre acabo fazendo ridículo. Enquanto botam o meu PowerPoint, eu vou me apresentar. Meu nome é Jordi Ferreiro. Sou artista, educador, gestor cultural de Barcelona, na Espanha. Eu estou muito contente de estar aqui. É a primeira vez que eu venho ao Brasil. Que vergonha, me desculpem. Principalmente de quando nos meus grupos preferidos de música é daqui. Que vocês não vão conhecer porque é velha como eu. Se cansei de ser sexy. Não, eles não lançam discos novos desde 2013. O que aconteceu? Eu estava na primeira fila em 2 shows e eu não podia ficar mais feliz. Eu agora já não estou tão feliz. Eu estou muito feliz de estar aqui, agradeço muito a equipe que me convidou. Foram 15 horas de voo. Cheguei ontem à noite, por isso que eu estou falando tanta besteira. Tenho um cansaço terrível. Eu pediria às minhas companheiras de tradução simultânea, porque tem muitas coisas que se perdem e vão ser importantes. Não sei se alguém pode trazer para vocês. Esse sou eu. Não funciona. Entre muitas coisas, e trabalhar em muitas instituições, agora mesmo todo o meu tempo e a minha energia, todos os cabelos brancos que vocês podem ver na minha cabeça, vêm de um projeto que se chama Manifesta, que é uma Bienal de Arte, que está acontecendo agora mesmo na minha cidade, em Barcelona. Eu sou coordenador de educação esse ano e no ano passado também foi, em Kosovo, junto com 6 mulheres incríveis. A gente está fazendo esse departamento que faz muitas ações de educação, mediação. Mas hoje, concretamente, eu gostaria, mais do que explicar do trabalho que eu fiz em Manifesta ou no Magna do Museu de Barcelona, como eu sei que vocês... Mais devagar? Se vocês conseguirem abrir em PDF é melhor. Mais do que falar para vocês do meu trabalho na Bienal ou no museu, como eu sei que muitos de vocês têm prática artista e prática educativa, prática em gestão cultural, eu gostaria de compartilhar com vocês 3 aprendizagens, 3 gestos, movimentos, metodologias que eu aprendi como praticante, com uma pessoa que não vem da academia, mas esse bidômio de artista educador, desenhado e realizado, que desenhei e realizei muitos projetos e falhei em muitos deles, como vocês podem ver agora mesmo que eu estou falhando com o PowerPoint. A minha vida é assim. Tudo na minha vida é assim. Isso aí é meu cérebro. Jordi, você nunca vai conseguir uma conferência séria. Começamos com essa fotografia. É um dos meus primeiros trabalhos. Eu tenho muito carinho por ele. Eu me considero mais séria agora. Não estou conseguindo. É uma visita guiada. Muitas pessoas entenderiam isso como projeto educativo, outras entenderiam como projeto artístico. Para mim, são as duas coisas ao mesmo tempo. E para mim, isso é muito interessante dessas figuras que estamos entre um campo e outro. Eu vou ficar aqui até quarta-feira, pela tarde. Algumas de vocês quiserem me ensinar, mostrar suas instituições, seus projetos, a cidade, o que for, por favor, me escrevam em qualquer um desses e-mails e eu vou ficar encantado de ir com vocês. Eu gosto de começar as conversas falando de por que eu faço o que eu faço. É uma pergunta que todas poderíamos fazer. Por que trabalhamos em centros culturais? Por que trabalhamos em arte, educação? Para mim, a resposta é muito simples. Quando eu era adolescente, eu morava nessa instituição que vocês veem. É um palácio no centro da cidade, que se chamava Caixa Fórum. É um museu de um banco. É um museu que sempre tinha as portas abertas. Como vocês podem ver no fundo, é a porta da rua. Nesse museu, além de exposições gratuitas, além de uma mediateca incrível com internet para todo mundo, porque naquela época, quando eu tinha 18 anos, não era tão comum ter internet. Agora eu falo e as pessoas riem. E muitos discos, livros de performance, muitos materiais que naquele momento me mudou, me transformou, não só como cidadão, mas também como artista e como educador. Quer dizer, eu sou um crente, eu acredito que os museus transformam, que os museus culturais transformam a sociedade, porque eu pude experimentar isso. Uma pessoa de classe média baixa, que não sabe se é gay, se é hétero, que não sabe nada da vida, mas de repente encontra um local com as portas abertas, onde pode simplesmente estar. E isso é muito. Infelizmente, esse centro cultural não existe mais, porque se expandiu e agora se converteu em um shopping gigante de arte, com o mesmo nome, em outro local, e a entrada custa 4 euros. É barato, mas ao mesmo tempo gera uma barreira, tanto para pessoas jovens, como era o meu caso, que podia ir grátis, como para comunidades e coletivos para os quais não é a prioridade pagar 4 euros para ver uma exposição. Então, para mim é muito importante, a minha missão como artista é voltar a abrir a porta das instituições culturais para que torná-las mais permeáveis, mais acessíveis para todos. Esse é que eu considero que eu faço como artista educador, com várias ações. Eu vou tentar ir rápido, para que não tirem o meu cartaz. O primeiro gesto, o primeiro movimento, parece muito simples, mas não é. É a governança. Todas as que estão na escola, instituições formais, informais, museus, bibliotecas, sabem que nós, como gestores, não pensamos nos projetos. O que essa comunidade vai gostar? O que esse grupo concreto? O que vai interpelar eles? O que vai interessar a eles, para que eles venham? E muitas vezes a gente não está consciente dessa armadilha que nós mesmos criamos de pensar.
We have thinking, why aren't we repeating this project and thinking about this program? This will be our time, our space for these communities, these collective communities. And then I'm going to show you some projects that we have, some others that are around art or education. For me, are both of these things. This project that we have here as a sculpture is something that we consider as that we have a commission, or the idea was to do a formation training for people, thinking what people will like and what they will get interested in. So the idea is considering the moment post pandemic time, because it was a really hard time, and to connect all of the professors. And we know that this people maybe do not know the perspective of the others, so we can consider that as a challenge, and maybe we could consider these exceptions, but this idea was to share all the needs and all the problems that we had in every.
E obviamente, porque todas as professoras são de artes visuais, todas elas estavam interessadas na arte, na produção artística. A gente desenhou essa peça, que elas desenharam em um guardanapo, e demos forma com uma equipe de produção. São cadeiras escolares imensas que se conectam. Uma coisa que perdemos durante o Covid é essa ideia de que para aprender temos que estar juntos. De alguma maneira, nas nossas casas, com o Zoom conectado, o processo educativo se converteu a algo individual, em algo morto. Então, nesse projeto artístico e educativo, produzimos essas mesas e não se assustem, porque o que fizemos foi, e nesse ceder a governança, cada uma dessas mesas e cadeiras iam para uma dessas escolas, para que cada um desses professores e professoras pudessem intervir com seus grupos de alunos no projeto que eles considerassem, da maneira que eles considerassem. Por isso, vocês podem ver esse ataque, essa vandalização da mesa. E eu gosto disso. E, ao mesmo tempo, vocês veem cartas que essas professoras escreviam entre elas, refletindo sobre a posição delas como docentes. Tudo foi exposto, mas a autoria não é somente minha, mas é de todas. Aqui vocês podem ver o grupo de docentes com os quais trabalhamos por 2 anos. Podem ver como, no final, foi exposto a mesa com a participação de todas elas. E também alguns dos alunos também vieram. Por isso, para mim, é importante essa ideia de que todos os projetos têm que ter uma governança compartilhada, porque senão não existe aprendizagem. Se eu tivesse feito para o museu esta obra, eu teria feito no meu estúdio, mas aí eu penduro numa exposição, e o que eu aprendo? Porque eu não estou aí. Então, para mim, é muito importante a minha posição como educador, porque me ensina muito mais que a minha posição como artista. Eu falei isso em voz alta, vão me cancelar no mundo da arte. A troca, eu traduzi do espanhol troca, de exchange. Isso me encanta quando eu trabalho em instituições. Anda de mãos dadas com o ponto anterior, está conectado. Como a gente se aproxima de certas instituições ou coletivos, pensando que temos algo a contribuir. Eu sou um museu, vou visitar essa comunidade e vou oferecer que eles venham ver minha exposição porque eu sou a cultura e eles não.
Art, and sometimes they are missing some things that I have. So that's the way we have to work always together, and that's why we are always in the museums where.
Então, para ilustrar essa ideia de troca, eu gosto muito de um projeto que realizamos quando acabou o Covid. Estou trazendo projetos um pouco recentes. Não funciona. Essa ideia de troca levamos literalmente para o real, e o que vocês podem ver é um grupo escolar de uns 12 anos, se eu não me engano. E o que eles têm na mão é a placa, é o nome da escola, que a gente arrancou literalmente. A gente arrancou literalmente em uma ação, numa performance, e eles trouxeram
The new name, it's like this giant figure here, something from that city. And then we got that plaque into the museum where they had this.
Instituição gera uma transformação, e o museu já não é um museu. O museu é a escola, mas literalmente. Porque durante toda essa semana, e assim a gente avisou nas redes sociais, no Instagram, no Facebook, etc., o museu se converteria no colégio Graçana, que é o colégio que vocês também não iam, com o qual todos os espaços do museu estão com a intervenção dos alunos e alunas. Esqueci de dizer que esse projeto eu não fiz sozinho, fiz com 2 colegas. E aqui vocês podem ver uma das varandas do museu se transformou em pátio da escola, e os espaços do museu são duros, como vocês sabem, e o que a gente fez foi ceder todo o armazém para que as alunas pudessem fazer todo tipo de espaços que precisassem. Por isso que vocês estão vendo grama artificial, vocês estão vendo alguns pedestais sendo usados como play. Por outro lado, a cafeteria do museu se transformou no refeitório escolar. Vocês estão vendo aí no fundo que eu estou com o meu telefone muito estressado. Muita gente estava reclamando porque não tinha matcha latte, porque estavam 40 crianças comendo, porque sabem que as crianças incomodam.
Pasó a la cafetería y también hicimos varias clases con varios artistas que trabajaban el tema de la alimentación con estas crianzas. No. Sí, vale. Y el tercer gesto que me gustaría hablar un poco es esta idea de traspasar o desbordar las paredes.
Ultrapassar as paredes da instituição. Isso a gente tem que ser muito consciente como gestores culturais. Não tentar trazer ao público. Somos nós.
Salir a su encuentro y cuanto menos tiempo estemos dentro de las instituciones culturales,
Instituições culturais, melhor. Porque esses espaços são fechados, não podem.
In that project, because this is the way that we can share all the knowledge that we have. We have to bring all of that information to the majority of people. And I would like to explain you about this project that we had to do. This was a mistake that we did, but as we are in family. So in the year where we have the pandemic time, we built this kind of skeleton to be there together with people. This was supposed to have many different communities, like this picture you can see here. They could sit here, so this art could be connected because it's made of pieces, so you can talk and have a time together. So after we had COVID, and then we had to separate. This is a real picture because they were cleaning all the time that places and what we thought about being together, and that they were saying that metal was conduct of the virus, and then that was no good for us. So we had to finish this exhibition. But we know that in museum we have art, and if the art and the culture close, it wouldn't be a museum. So we have some culture all over. So that's why we have so many museums all over the world. So we distributed all of this contemporary thinking. And now I have a question to you, if you allow me to do so. What are the spaces that were open during the pandemic time? Supermarket, okay, very good. What else? Drugstores, okay, very good. Hospitals, yeah, all of them were open. We didn't want to go there, okay, but they were open. Sanctuaries, oh, terrible, yeah, but yeah, why not? Yeah, it was open, okay. What else? The banks, I don't remember if it was really open. The places to smoke, yes, the cigars, okay, good.
tabaquería, sí, sí. Kioscos de tabacos se convirtieron en primera necesidad. Peluquerías también, para cortarte el pelo un poquito más tarde. Escaparates, aparadores de comercios, incluso taxis também
estavam abertos, também se consideravam de primeira necessidade. Então, eu falei o seguinte para o museu, para a instituição: ok, isso está fechado, então vamos fazer isso do lado de fora. Eles falaram para mim não, e a gente fez assim mesmo. Então, o que a gente fez foi o seguinte: ir para cada um desses comércios de primeira necessidade. Só tenho 3 minutos. Bom, a gente ia para esses espaços, o que a gente fez foi o seguinte: a gente pediam que eles cedessem um espaço para fazer intervenções artísticas, dos artísticas ou dos programas públicos que a gente queria desenvolver. E isso nos levou também a usar um espaço online, obviamente, coisa que me surpreendeu muito. Por quê? Porque milhões de crianças que jogavam
y de Minecraft estaba muy interesante.
fizemos uma performance no GTA.
Farmacia eran espacios transitados por todo tipo de colectivos y comunidades con mucho pesar, porque durante el confinamiento la gente estaba muy estresada. Entonces, lo que hicimos fue intervenir esos espacios de manera muy sutil y colocábamos, este es solo un ejemplo, habían más piezas de una artista llamada Lara Fluxa. Lara trabaja con vidrio y colocó en estos aparadores, en estas estanterías, diferentes materiales que dialogan con los líquidos de los medicamentos. Así que la transparente que veis aquí es colutorio para lavarse los dientes y el negro es yodo. Así que son una especie como de esculturas que dialogan con los materiales que nos curan o que nos cuidan. El farmacéutico, que era muy divertido, me dijo que todo el mundo abría el escaparate para tocar las cosas. Y yo le dije, bueno, está bien, para eso no es un museo. Así que déjales si quieren. También usamos escaparates de tiendas que estaban cerradas o de la universidad también para colocar toda una serie de materiales. O aquí podéis ver una pieza de videoarte que instalamos en la tabacaría. Perdón, aprenderé. Los kioscos de prensa también estaban abiertos, con lo cual realizamos... Traducción, ok. Me quedan 5 minutos, ¿cierto? Kioscos de prensa en el que podéis ver, de hecho es de aquí, es del museo que desgraciadamente desapareció, son piezas del Museo de Historia de aquí, perdona. Y luego pinturas que colgamos en los balcones de las vecinas y los vecinos, haciendo una open call para ver quién quería custodiar o quién quería guardar una obra de arte durante la cuarentena, con historias muy bonitas que desgraciadamente no me da tiempo a explicar. El farmacéutico.
Here you can see we were together in the drugstore with the artist, and before finishing I would like to, as we have a professional meeting here, I'd like to leave some questions here. I know that we are going to the questions and answers, but we have a constant questions that we have about this. The first one is how to break with these projects, and what is our main purpose when we're knocking at the community's door, and what is the legacy that we leave in a different way, certainly as we in a relationship, and what is our goal when we knock into the community door, what is our position referring to this community, if it's a paternalism or not, and how, and this is the third question, how to reposition this department, such as education, mediation, communities, such as a fundamental function of the cultural institutions. We know that we use this behavior in the peripheries, and we know that these departments are different and they are really important. So, okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Boa tarde. Gente, primeiramente, agradecer a presença de cada um de vocês. Para mim é uma alegria estar nessa tarde aqui hoje, com tantos colegas, né, que desempenham trabalhos tão fundamentais em diversas instituições. Então, Primeiramente, agradecer a todas, todes e todes, né, pela presença. Eu me chamo Cíntia Maria, vou fazer minha audiodescrição, tá? Eu tenho 1,60 m, de pele clara, tenho um cabelo crespo, curto, estou vestindo uma bota caque, né, uma calça
pequeños pendientes y mi pelo es corto. Es una alegría estar en el Seminario Internacional de Mediación Cultural de Sesc. Felicidades a Sesc.
Thank you for all this information. For me, it's an honor to be here dividing this table with Priscila Moretti, Judy Ferreira, and the Mediation of Paulo Knaus. So, first, I'd like to tell you where I come from. We are talking about territory, and I'm a journalist, and I'm really in love with culture because I have a commitment about using the culture as a transformation unit. I come from a poor family, and I know that the experience that I had in many different areas were fundamental to the creation of the Afro-Brazilian culture of museum where I'm working right now. I had a technical training in ecotourism that was fundamental for me to understand all the things about territorial and communities and the things about sustainability. And from this training, I had an experience that with the public space that it was incredible. We were able to offer more than 44 activities, artistic and cultural. In every single activity, we had more than 10 classrooms, an amphitheater with international structure, and we had as a mission to offer the best public service and in a free way. That for me was fundamental. And another experience that we had was also regarding to the eco resort Praia do Forte, where I had the opportunity to have an experience of offering one private services. We had the reservation and also the resort over there, and the Foundation Pedro Calmon. It's connected with the government of Bahia, where we work with this perspective about books, libraries, and public spaces. Well, I just have to press this button. Okay. I just would like you to watch this video, which is a presentation of Munkabi.
Tá sem áudio? Então,
There is no audio, so I will explain you.
Afrodiaspórica nas Américas. O Munkabi tem papel fundamental no diálogo e no intercâmbio entre países africanos e o Brasil. Em 2009, ainda em obras, o museu realizou sua primeira exposição, o Beni, Sucesso de Público e Crítica. Potente centro da cultura afro-brasileira, o espaço abriga exposições temporárias e permanentes com obras de grandes artistas como Mestre Didi, Ieda Maria, J. Cunha e Aguinaldo dos Santos. Com uma programação multicultural, o museu realiza atividades diversas, como palestras, oficinas, exibições de filmes, apresentações teatrais, musicais, de dança e performance. Preocupados em manter vivas as tradições da cultura afro-brasileira, o museu realiza anualmente eventos como a Trezena de Santo Antônio e o Caruru dos Erês. Em 2019, o Munkabi recebeu o Prêmio de Culturas Populares do Ministério da Cultura e se transformou em um ponto de cultura. O museu conta ainda com aplicativo em realidade aumentada, traduzido para 3 idiomas e com recursos de acessibilidade através da Aula audiodescrição. O MUNCAB também conecta diferentes gerações a partir do projeto ERES, onde crianças do ensino fundamental aprendem mitologia africana através da contação de histórias. Com o Sankofa, caminhamos para frente sem perder as nossas conexões com a ancestralidade.
Essa é a apresentação.
Well, this is the presentation of our museum, and it originated in 2002. It was an idea that the Black movement had of Salvador and Bahia to be able to have this institution that would be national, and it would be a museum outside of Rio and São Paulo. So our idea it was to be the first national museum with this theme of working with Afro-Brazilian culture, but we have faced so many challenges. It was only open partially, and it was considered to be a museum in process, and with Jaime Sodré and other celebrities of the Black movement, they then inaugurate the museum, and we are still in that process. We made a lot of advancements, but still we need to make a whole renovation of the complex of the museum. Our idea is to have 4 different buildings. We'll have a museum school. We will have another building with contemporary art, one with new technologies, and a 12-story building with long-term exhibitions. Each one of them will approach a certain artistic language. So we will discuss Afro art and Black personalities. And we are now on this mission. Let me see if I can get the pointer right. Right when I was invited to do this, I felt like it was something that moved me. And I started thinking about these different concepts. So I have the concept of museum by ICOM, that it says that's a permanent institution, a non-profit organization at the society's service that researches, collects, preserves, interprets, and exposes the material and immaterial. Museums that are open to the public, accessible and inclusive, foster diversity and sustainability. Museums work and communicate ethics professionally and with the participation of communities, provide experiences for education, reflection, and exchange of knowledge. Our museum has been reopened for 2 years now. We had our second reopening anniversary yesterday, and that's pretty much our concept. And also the concept of territory from that, and we started thinking about this live museum connected to our community, and think about many actions so that our museum would be a place of belonging. So these concepts of territory I don't know how to use this, but okay, yeah, I think I got it now. So the concept of territory from Milton Santos, he's a Nobel award-winning, prize-winning of geography, and he says that just as citizenship and culture are an integrated group of meanings, culture and territory are in a certain way synonyms. Culture is a communication way of an individual and a group with the universe. It's an inheritance, a heritage, but also a process of learning all over again the deep relations between men and its environment. It's a result obtained by the process of living and being part of a culture that gives us conscious and awareness of belonging to a group. So these two concepts that I bring to you, it really makes us reflect on the role of culture and territories in the construction of identity. And Santos says that culture and territories are synonyms because both are interconnected with the process of living of human beings and in the development of society. So the territory here is not just a geographical area, but a symbolic place and cultural that shapes the identity of a people. And that is exactly what Mocabe does when we're providing visibility to the Afro-Brazilian culture. It creates a space for representativity and belonging of the Black people in Brazil, a people that lacks recognition and dignity. When we are approaching the heritage of the African history in the contemporary Brazil, creates a symbolic territory where the Black identity is celebrated and affirmed. When we recognize that culture provides us the experience of belonging to a group, we use that for the construction of collective identities, plural identities. And Mocabe is a space where we have that awareness and belonging. And when people visit the museums, they have the chance to reconnect with their cultural roots, with the resistance stories and the legacies of their ancestors. And when I say that individuals, when I say individual, I mean all of individuals in the planet. The African continent is really the motherland of all other civilizations in the world. And the Afro-Brazilian culture is not part of our history, but the base of the construction of the Brazilian society. Okay, good. And the word frontier, that is a part that corresponds to the extreme limit of a land, area, region from one space to another. And because of frontiers, there are wars all over the world. And so thinking, how can we subvert these frontiers is a constant challenge to our societies. And these definitions of Milton Santos are fundamental so that we can think about other frontiers. And also, Milton Santos has said that the value of an individual depends deeply on the place that they are. And just like in Brazil, where many marginalized civilizations were forced to move to peripheries and invisible places. And what he's saying is not only about geography, but also social, cultural, political, and the access to resources and education. And cultural recognition many of the times depends on the place where an individual is placed. And women, LGBTQI+, and people in general, and up also having territorial problems. In Brazil, Black indigenous populations are the ones that suffer the most because of these territorial inequalities. They are frequently forcibly moved to places with no access to basic sanitation or culture access. This redesigns the territory of memory when it allows cultures and histories that for so long were forgotten. In that sense, the museum helps individuals to feel that the Afro-Brazilian identity is celebrated, creating a symbolic territory of belonging to the individuals and the communities that find themselves around there. And still, Milton Santos says that there are inequalities that are, first of all, territorial inequalities. That idea is very important to understand the context in which Mukabe is inserted. We want to be a space of democratic access to knowledge and the value of Afro-Brazilian cultures to be seen. And for a long period of time, we know that these cultures have been hidden. So for a long time, capoeira, samba, candomblé, there were institutions that would punish anything that was related to that. So all of the cultural racism that we still see, there's a reason for that. And why it was built in the Brazilian state. So to rethink this place and think of Mukabe, it's very important. There were museums in Salvador that would disseminate that type of knowledge. And I would now like to show you a little bit about Mukabe's experience. And to us, this is more than just a physical space of reflection and exhibitions. It's a territory for resistance, memory, and celebration of a long story that travels through frontiers and in a country where we have so many social, cultural, and racial inequalities. Mukabe is a symbol of the fight for the preservation of Black memories and a platform for the strengthening of a plural culture, diverse and deeply rooted in our territory. And I will show you now where we're located. Mukabe is in the historic center of Salvador in the state of Bahia, one of the first streets to take place in our nation in Brazil, and is part of the architectural group of places that is protected by the heritage World Heritage at UNESCO. And we're very close to Elevator Lacerda, the town hall. And this is part of ZAIS, that is a special zone of social interest. And we end up facing many challenges. And it is considered to be a strategic area to work and subvert social issues. So we have many poor communities around there. So it is really an interesting place to dialogue with its surroundings. So is really this territory of resistance, memory, and celebration that reminds us that culture and memory are not limited by physical spaces or by social conservation, social conventions, excuse me. The Afro-Brazilian story transcends time and political issues that many of the times try to stop us from expressing ourselves. We've had many partnerships with 25 countries from the African continent, and we want to strengthen our relations with these countries so that we can have a better understanding about the many African cultures and have access and understanding of that diversity, of that plurality of artistic productions in Africa, but also be able to have this cultural interchange between Brazil and these African countries. And this exhibition from a photographer, Moji Ahire, he's a Nigerian photographer. And ever since we reopened the museum, we feel that the museum is this place of belonging and as a space of self-affirmation and recognition. So we have a large number of visitors, and during our during the visit, the tour, we see people getting very emotional, and that is because they feel that they belong there. And a country that was built for white people and denies black people their rights, when they get to this place and they relate to that, they get very emotional. So Munkabi is a very busy museum. It is constantly full of visitors, and it really gives us that sense of belonging. And we have actions, and we work with this concept of expanded Munkabi. The first one that we did was from a donation that we received from the fisherman community near our museum. And we wanted to rescue the identity of Iemanjá. And we have constantly been asked to help other museums and other institutions to receive exhibitions like this one. Okay, I'm not gonna play the video because I only have 10 minutes. This is another donation that we did of a sculpture of João Jeová. It's in a street market in Santo Amaro, and for the 135-year anniversary of that market. And for those that don't know, João Jeová was a slave that 1 year after the abolition of slavery, he was defying the colonels there, and this tradition continues. It remains there. And here, thinking about this new imaginary, we have a curatorship of this statue by the City Hall of Salvador, and it is of Maria Filipa. And it changed the name of the whole square that is now called Maria Filipa, and the museum as a space of inclusion. All of our actions we try to think of it in all of our team, cleaning people, security guards, curators. We all go through constant training to learn how to attend our public, all sorts of public, LGBTQI+, and neurodivergent people. We have training for to welcome Black people, and we have to go through accessibility training as well. We have to recycle our training constantly. And even though most of our LGBTQI+ and Black people visitors, society does not really care about that much knowledge. So even though they belong to our society, society does not recognize them. So we try very hard to constantly be good to serve them. And we also work with the pedagogy of belonging. It's a concept that was created by the writer and professor Daniel Munduruku, an indigenous person, and it's very much interesting to understand about this concept. And he speaks about the need to create a pedagogy that would go from the ancestrality that we have. And here is, I was going to start talking about the pedagogy of belonging. And this is a concept that starts with the need to create an education and methodology that values the singularity of the individuals and strengthens the sense of collectivity and identity. It proposes to have a pedagogical approach that goes beyond academic learning and extends to the construction of an effective bond, cultural and social bond with its surroundings, with the history and the many manifestations of the people and then the fundamental things. Here we have the value of cultural diversity, education as space of identity and effectiveness, respect and combat to structural racism, and empowering the resistance.
We work with children with 3 to 6 years old from Pelourinho. We open the museum before the usual time, so as the student can have more space. We work with them with the cultural diversity, and every week when they're visiting the museum, they have contact with another piece of our archive. So this project was created by Maria Augusta Rocha, which is a great reference from Brazil. And we have a really fantastic team that we are counting on here in Brazil. The newest is 70 years old, and the oldest is 78 years old. So children have the opportunity to live these experiences with, where we can have the opportunity to mix children with elderly people, and we know that we are having at a starting point this place that is using some strategies such as storytelling, and here we have a very important sentence, which is, "Here is my place." This sentence was told by a child of 8 years old. He was there for the first time, and he said, in the end of that visit, he said, "This is my place." This is something that really touched me. because we work for this, so as people can get there and identify themselves and feel that they are part of this place. And when this teacher told me that, I was deeply touched, because that's why we work every day. And the practices that we use, for example, we use a multicultural curriculum, a multiracism and educational methodologies, collaborative and participative methodologies, and access to many different publics. Sometimes these publics are considered separated from the groups, and then all the time that we are opening a new exhibition, we always try to get these people in this project. We visit some different places, some other units, and this makes the whole difference. We consider all of these people. We invite them to visit our museums, to visit all the exhibitions, and we know that we have to involve all of them in this project. And here you can see a picture that is from the women that are in jail, and they had the opportunity to visit this museum. It was a very good experience because they were really emotionally touched, because this museum brought hope to their hearts. So we knew that we had some differences, and I'm not going to talk about the values anymore, and I will skip this slide. I will just finish my pitch here, saying that this is the museum that is the most visited one in the state of Bahia. We have more than 2,000 people visiting this museum. This is a great number, and we have lots of partnerships. So that's it. I would like you to visit our place. You can find our Instagram with this name, and I just would like to finish saying that the dream never fails. And here we have this is my team. We are always working together in all the projects from MUNCAB. We must have operational activities, and we are trying to work delivering the best of us to the public. So please dream that, because the dream never fails. Well, good afternoon to the audience. It's a pleasure to be here together. I would like to say that I'm really happy to be here in this panel, and also would like to thank about the invitation and opportunity to share with you some ideas from my professional experience. But besides this, I would like to bring more value to the reflection that was proposed by my colleagues here. I would like to start saying that I'm a teacher, and maybe, as Georgie said, that he has this division between the professor experience and the artist. Maybe I don't have this, but I can tell you that I can bring some knowledge about the cultural mediation It goes far beyond education. Fundamentally, we have a project that is all about the educational profession that we have here now in Brazil. And as Cynthia has just presented, the ideas of Moncabe, it's an extraordinary experience here in Brazil. And we can say that Jordi said that we have a tendency of creating some new department and bringing to the mind the idea that in a way specifically we have to create new departments. That is a general need. In the perspective of education, we have some aspects that we can never forget. Education is done with contents, but also with agents and knowledge that will be together in the final result. Traditionally, in education, it's not only for the museum and schools, both of them frequently think about their contents. Museum of Histories and Museum of Arts and Science. Each one of them finds their own category, but we can never forget that there is no education nor knowledge without the action of the agents. And for our tradition, we must know that knowledge is something that is important for the society. We know people that have a lot of knowledge, people that do not have any knowledge at all. So we know that the agents are very important even for the museums, because these places are a kind of reference to where the knowledge is, to our history lies on the pieces that we can find there. These experiences that were told here shows us that the museum from our time committed with our society is the one who has all the authority, and we don't know if it's the director of the museum who have the total authority or the public that visits the museum. I would dare to say that this would be the public, the most important one. We can observe in the presentations here that this museum have many different publics. Traditionally, we also talk about these publics because they are really important, and we can see the importance by the numbers. Usually, when we are in the beginning of the presentation, we show the numbers of public that we have. But beyond the numbers, we must have the capacity to measure the variety of the public, because I thought it was really interesting, this debate here about the idea that the museum is not only about the public that we have, but also the public that we do not have. We would like to conquer more people, more visitors, and that's why we are working every day. I believe that this is a new perspective, not only about education, but also about the role of the museums in the cultural mediation, especially to the education of the society. I believe that this previous experiences here presented this day brings to our mind this idea. I just would like to highlight that the experiences that were presented here call our attention to the fact that the museum is not only a place to speak, but also a place to listen. When we develop a project of cultural mediation, we want not only to show the ideas to the public, we also want to listen to the public, their ideas and their comments about our job. This is a very, very important matter, because when we're talking about a guided visitor, for example, usually we have a guide, and this professional will show the things that we have in the museum. But commonly, we always forget to ask to these people, what are they thinking about what they're saying, and if they can add anything to what we are doing over there. So the museum must change into this new perspective. It's important to share with our public what is this experience that we are living. What is the meaning of this experience to them in their point of view? I believe that nothing substitutes the fact that someone will tell us as a feedback a particular experience. I know that we have many different kinds of museum, and we would like to structure, for example, in the case of the Museum of Image and Knowledge, as Cynthia said, it was a psychiatric hospital, and now we have a park over there. So we have now a new challenge, which is to conquer the local community. That's why we have to face this challenge as an important one. We have to consider the capacity to attract more and more public. I'm not really sure if it's the biggest public or less number of people, but anyway, it's not more or less important in the end. And why is that? Because it translates what is essential to education. We must recognize the agent that works in the educational process, and more than this, we have to know that education is capable of bringing some fundamental change into the society. When Cynthia said that sentence, "This is my place," we can see that that student didn't have any place that he considered that it was his place. Well, I know maybe Jorge said about his cultural center was a marvelous place, and I was fascinated by the pictures that you showed to us and the pictures that you showed us. And we can consider that the museum, in a way, it's a place that needs to touch their public and act over them with more knowledge and a transformation, a real transformation, so as we can this public can find their places and to know that they have a place that will always welcome them. Probably some people will never find this place. So this is our mission, to make these people recognize this experience and then become a visitor of that place. It's differently from Mukabe Museum, for example. They're probably most part of Bahia, and the concepts of that population that have this experience that sometimes it's not a conscious process about what is a racist and what is the story of that population. Maybe the public will identify some common things in that stories. So what we have to do is to show our experience so as people can see that the social transformation is so important. For example, Mukabe conquered their space because of this. They're showing the importance that they have. So there is a place that we want to be always a place of changes. And we want to share this with the local community to give a new meaning to these museums. And in the end, it means that we are changing the way that we see the world. I can tell you that this experience was really interesting, and it reminds me about an empathy about the pandemic time. It was a very singular period that we had, and I can imagine how this experience was to all of us here, because we lost some spaces for these activities and we have to find new places to use around the city during that hard times. We know that during the COVID, it was really hard to have places to show the arts, and all of us were impacted, and all the museums had to reconstruct the way that they used to work in the past. Of course, that we had to consider all the experiences and change some behavior, as Jorge has showed us in his pictures. But we had to fight for the space that we actually have. I would like to add something else here, not going to the final part of my speech here. I would like to highlight the theme about our session, museum territory and borders. I believe it has a lot to do with education and the reason why the museum exists. Maybe it's a commonplace to consider that the museum are places where we can find our real place. In the case of that visitor from Mukabi and the Museum of Images and Consciousness, to make our neighbors know the museum as their places. And this has a lot to do with territory, to make this place a place that will anchor us in this world. But I want you to think about a new perspective. The museum is a place where we can find a new experience, to get out of our comfort zone and to see that maybe our territory can be far away from the place that we imagine. And at the same time, we will meet a new experience of the human behavior. I thought this roundtable was really special because we are connecting the territories and the borders, because we not only have the territory as a closed place, but the idea that the museum is a place where we can imagine new borders and we can imagine new things. And overall, we will think these places as places where you can have different experiences. The idea that the museum are places where we can have many knowledge that is available for all of us. And the contemporary challenge is to connect what is local and what goes beyond our time, something that is particular and something that is universal. I would like to say that this is an order that makes sense to all the things that we're doing here. For example, the Louvre Museum, the Hermitage, we have universal museums here. And when I talk about this museum that we presented here, for example, here in Rio, or considering Amazonas or some other museum, all of these groups of museums are capable of proposing these new dialogues between the universal in particular and also from particular in universal. Maybe this will be a fundamental theme for our educational program. It's valid not only for this program, but any educational program that we may have in the future, something that we can use to find us a place in this world and to conquer new worlds in our lives. I used to say that it's a key word that I have. I always talk about this in my speeches. I can see the museum as a meeting point. And in a certain way, all of them are produced to have people there always together. The military museum, for example, they always are using these places to meet people. And great part of these museums, they create this to have new meetings from the population. But the other idea is to promote new meetings in the society.
And I think the experience for those that visit the museum, we usually, you set a meeting with someone, you meet your friends, sometimes you go by yourself, but we end up meeting new people. So there's a whole sociability dimension here. And maybe even an intersocial dimension, affective, where we have these personal bonds. And this is undoubtedly something that makes a museum a special place, right? And you go there to meet people that have a similar interest to you than to yours. But I think it is fundamental for us to remember that whenever we go to the museum, we see content, objects, experiences that we did not know before. or we hadn't a direct contact. And this physical encounter, that's sensorial, that's perceptive, this is a dimension of the educational role of museums that's fundamental. Whenever we go to the museum, we want to get close to the things that are being exhibited there. We want to look at what we can very well. And nowadays, we can take pictures, but to have that the memory of that, if I participated in a performance or an educational action, I integrate in that situation so that I go back home and tell my friends and family what I have seen there. But what I would like to highlight is that, as every other educational process, this place of meeting that promotes many meetings, it is in fact an opportunity that we have to find knowledge. And museums, in my opinion, are, before anything else, a place to provide knowledge. We can build knowledge through research and specialized research or restoration sector. The educational process is a place that we build knowledge, and this is a very important space for a museum. If we're telling the story of a religious experience, we can find someone in the museum, someone that knows a lot more than we do. If I have a session on history of women, a museum can tell me everything about the story of women, but each woman can say something about their own story. So it's essential to understand and to see the knowledge of the museum, but also to understand the people that visit the museums and recognize the people as a source of knowledge as well, and invite them to share their knowledge with the museums. But when I worked in the National History Museum, I met so many interesting people. We have over 300,000 items, so it's impossible to know all of them because they're collected since 1922. And when we invite someone that has nothing to do with the museum, their eye sees what we sometimes don't see, right? And they see this new look that we might not have. So this process of encounter, of being an agent of building knowledge that is outside of the museum, but that might contribute to the building of, to the experience of the museum. And being a space that brings an experience from outside of the museum to the inside of the museum. And what I wanted to highlight is that, in my opinion, that demands a discussion to understand the nature of knowledge. And the educational process of a museum is the one that discusses the process of knowledge. And have that as a question. Let's ask that question. What is knowledge? Who teaches? Who learns? And those are questions that make us ask the museum, the agent of the museum, and from this other origin of how we think, what is the role of knowledge in our society, who it belongs to, who has the right to say that they know about something. And I would like to call your attention for the experiences that we heard today. All of them, in a way, discuss that. Because who knows what? What is the type of knowledge that are inside of the museums? And who is the agent of knowledge in museums? And our experience shows that the visitors, the public, has a fundamental role. And I will stop right now because so then we can have a little more time for discussion. But I would say that this might be something we have to consider when we're talking about cultural mediation. If we ask, what is the knowledge that is at stake here? And not only that, but the content, and who are the agents of this knowledge process? What are the practices of this this movement of building knowledge? And what is the social place for the production of knowledge? Of course, that solutions may be many. I would say that they depend on the type of the institutions. We have the examples here that were very good of how the right to culture needs actions with different focuses. One needs to build buildings, the other one has to take down walls. So one's lack accessibility, the others lack maybe diversity. So every time I propose new projects, new educational action programs, for example, this year we started with our program, and I always ask those questions. What is the knowledge we are working with? And when I'm talking about this, I mean a social position. What is the social position we want to take? And in the case of the institute that I work currently, it's a place for scholars, for so everyone that gets in there, they already think that the institution knows more than I do. And when I get there, most of the times I don't really understand what I wanted to. This is not in the library. This is not in the archive, not a museum, because that is a specific museum built by the institution throughout time. When you're at the institution, you see so many objects and books and papers, and you think you have it all. And when you go to the research room, you realize you don't have everything. And that means that the public reveals to you the nature of knowledge. And in the day-to-day, we sometimes forget that. I imagine Cynthia, that has about 5,000 new pieces a year. That's really like a museum a year. And it's impossible to think about that because it's a lot of structure to take here. And if you listen to the general public, they will tell you that. We have to listen to our audience, to our visitors. So first thing, in an institution like IHGB, founded in 1968, full of antiquities and artwork, how can you get these objects closer to the public? So we need social dynamics that can really get these two dimensions closer, right? So of course, you can't touch it, but you can get close to it, get to know more about it. And that's why we have been exploring a lot our dialogue with contemporary artists. I'm very grateful to Sesc because they made it possible for us to get closer to our artists and our collections, to produce contemporary art that are capable of not only interpreting these art pieces, but above all, have new readings of these collections. So this discourse will not be banalized. Is it like sometimes it's a treasure, or but how can we look at this in an innovative way? And for that, educational actions might be an important option, but most of the times we need support of qualified listeners, and in our case, we have been open dialogue with contemporary artists. Our collections are basically made of antiquities. So you invite a contemporary artist, you show them an art piece, and that is already inviting our public to know what that piece is, and not let it change a place of naturalization, of banalization. And that is very important in collections like ours. That is a collection of objects of tradition, antiquities associated to emperors of the elite, and political campaigns and institutions in general. Different from the content that were presented before. So how can we get closer to our visitors, to this discussion? Of course that we have different audiences, and to us, IHGB was a foundation. It was founded in 1928. Oh, excuse me, since 1838, and that's why we have such an extraordinary collection. But we never invited the school that's our neighbor to visit our institute. So that's what we're doing. It's an institution that presents itself as universal. But it is necessary for it to understand that it sees Brazil from a certain point of view, especially Rio de Janeiro, that was the capital of Brazil. And that dialogues directly with the story of the collection that is discussing Brazil as a whole and the power that Rio de Janeiro had in the past. We did a very interesting experience in the past 2 years. We had a traveling exhibition that went to Belém, São Luís, and Belo Horizonte, showing a collection, a part of our collection, but on each edition of the exhibition, we would get contemporary local artists to show those pieces of art from a different point of view, from the point of view of different regions of Brazil. These are different artists with different techniques, and so all of them participated in the regional debates the same way by sharing their views of the history of Brazil. And we have really unexpected things for those that haven't been at the Institute. We have a piece that is a skull that is in the Institute since 1845 that came from Lagoa Santa, Minas Gerais. And so we have paid for the return of that skull to Minas Gerais so that they would know the story of that skull that is the product of the first archaeological mission of South America. So I'd just like to say that so that we can discuss what is knowledge from the point of view of the institution, the museums, and understand what is the knowledge that we work with without banalizing it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Paulo. Let's open to questions then. Unfortunately, we cannot receive all the questions because we have our time, so then we can finish this event on time. So we'll take you the microphones, and I ask you to be objective and brief. I know everyone wants to talk, but let's try to be brief, okay? Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alvaro Santos, and I am a black man wearing a gray shirt, black pants, black shoes. I would like to ask a quick question. I like that idea as a museum, as a place where we can. I liked how you have discussed and taught the idea of museum and space, and I found very interesting the idea of the unconsciousness and the subjectivity of ours. And Professor, it's interesting for us to think if the museum represents the people and the local and the culture, and if we have all of that diversity of race and ethnics, maybe we should have a larger amount of museums that would be able to show all of those people, because we see that the National Museum is funded by this space, but it discusses the crown and the emperor, and even the pot where they used to pee. So I don't think this is really close to our reality. It needs to have more diversity and interest. In closing, I thought it was very interesting about the Museum of Salvador, of Afro-Brazilian history. I'd like to know who finances it, who funds it, and when you donate a statue of Iemanjá and João Obá, I found that very interesting. I was getting down at subway station Gloria, and then all of a sudden I see this image of Our Lady, but there's never an image of Iemanjá or right, or the statue of Zumbi dos Palmares. So I think it's very interesting that we try to promote more diversity in our day-to-day in many different states. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is João Carlos Araújo, and I'm part of the Sesc network. I am a museologist, and I am very happy to hear all of you. I always love debates about museums, and talk about museums is very important in any opportunity, because a museum has a very special place in Vahim, is responsible for deconstructing this view of a traditional museum of objects and walls and a sacred place where we cannot really connect to it. And Vahini says that the museum is a place that is constantly at the service of its community. And we have to understand and feel how the community feels and finds themselves. And I have a double but simple question so that we can all think together. What are the strategies that make possible for the museum experience to go beyond walls, objects, and programs and actions. So how can we think of this museum that we have talked so much about? How can we sort of disrupt with that and have this new museum straight to its public in different strategies, different spaces, and possibilities? This is a constant deconstruction that we have been doing since the 1970s. Thank you.
Who would like to start? Do you want to try to answer?
Vou ser bem breve. Acho que os experimentos que tem mostram que estratégia a gente pode seguir, mas para revisar e ser mais complexo, creio que a maneira é destruindo. Me parece muito importante que as instituições, nessa ideia de fazer a governança, destituam as direções. Eu sei que isso é construir grupos de trabalho que sejam a direção, porque um docente de educação formal não tem possibilidade de ser diretor ou diretora, porque uma pessoa da comunidade.
People that will bring a more professional experiences. I know that it's very important to give direction to the projects in the context of professional experience that we have in the museum, and we would have to follow this line, because the museum, if do not connect with community, they will disappear.
Eu gostei muito dos dois comentários e a resposta que me vem é uma frase que a doutora Anise dizia, que é que a gente não pode perder a nossa capacidade de se indignar. Eu acho que isso move a gente e faz com que a gente busque alternativas, escute as pessoas, como o professor mesmo citou, e faz com que a gente se aproxime.
This will get us next to our public and to use feelings as a tool of proximity to the society and to be next to our public in a general way. Anyone else would like to contribute? Well, answering Alvaro Santos, who is investing in the Mukabe, we don't have a special investor. What we have are projects that we work every year with captioning the investments. So we have some sponsors. We could name them as sponsors. The City Hall help us a lot, and we also have some financials that comes from Instituto Goethe from Salvador, together with the German embassy. And we also have a project where we have some professionals from Mukabe and some black artists to have this exhibition on the streets, and we didn't have any investments with it. Now we have an 18 project. This will be sponsored by the City Hall, and all the fixed costs of the museum, water and energy, and this is all about the population. The communities that help us a lot, they know the importance of work in that area, and it's almost impossible to maintain Mukabe museum only with the selling of tickets. So we have to manage all of these expenses every day. And the other question was about this monetization and about the black artists and Indians artists, and we must be on the streets working with graffitis and visual arts and accessible arts. And answering, what is your first name, Araújo? João. Okay, so João Araújo asked about the strategies and possibilities that we use in the future. What inspires a lot is the art of the graffiti. We are not here creating new things. We're just repeating what was created in the past. When we think about Munkabi, we are always thinking about the inspiration that we have in the graffiti. We have the expandable projects is that we can be with visual arts in subway and the buses around the city, because Milton Nascimento said in one of his music, the artist must be where the people are. So we must be present all the time, and we are always thinking about being in the places where the population are every day, and that's why we have the expansion activities. Well, I would like to highlight what they said about the space of for all the identities in the museums, but I would like to add a little thing, which is about the walls that João has commented. There is no doubt that the museum must go beyond its walls, and it's important for the majority of museums that we have here as references. But today I manage an institution that works with another idea. For example, we have a piece over there that it's from the Bahia's revolutions, which was something that was exposed over there, and we are taking really good care of it. And sometimes we can see people that do not even know the place where we are. So our challenge is to teach people where we are, and that we are expecting for many visitors in the future, and creating some educational program for schools, so as we can make these people know more about what we are doing and what are the collections that we are exposing. For example, the HGB collection is one of the oldest collections that we have in Brazil. So the collection of HGB is there now. So the first piece was created in 1939, and that's why it's so important to show these people. We are working since that time, collecting the history of our story, of our people. And we know that many people do not know even the address that we have. So we also know that this people must have a link that connects us to this kind of population. So we know that our challenge is outside of the museum. We have to turn these walls into known walls, and that we may have more visitors in the future. I just would like to tell you that the institutional experience that we had are different. It's important to recognize that every single contest that we have represents a particular perspective that we may think. Sometimes it's important to get in, but it's more important to know how to get out of this cycle. We have here some places in Rio, for example, where we have some closed collections. We could call them private collections that deserve more publicity for the city. Well, I'd like to thank you all for this roundtable here. Thank you for sharing all the knowledge that you brought here. I would like to thank you a lot, Jordi, Priscilla, Cynthia, and Paulo, for being here during this afternoon, changing a lot of information and bringing the importance of looking to our past and walking towards our future. Thank you very much. I would like to ask for some of applause for them and for this special panel. So rich. And now I would like to ask you to return to your places so as we can start our last panel of this first day. Paulo, please, we will help you. So they're coming here to help you getting out of the stage. Well, João said that he is from Sesc company. And as we have this partnership in this seminar, we have to say that we have many professionals from all the states of Brazil: Bahia, Ceará, Maranhão, Piauí, Rio Grande do Norte, Alagoas, Rio Grande do Sul, and Santa Catarina, Paraná, Minas Gerais, Espírito Santo, and social, cultural, educational from Pará, Rondônia, Amazonas, Goiás, and Mato Grosso do Sul. So please, if you could stand up or raise your hand, all of these professionals that are with us today to receive our applauses, please. You that develop some actions in your states with such an importance in the arts and education area. And I just would like to remind you that our host is Felipe Campelo from Sesc RJ. We are bringing here many professionals that are spread all over Brazil, and we have here Felipe Campelo and his team from Sesc Rio. So following our agenda, we will go to our last, we will have a coffee break right now. Yes, oh well, they didn't tell me anything about this because we're always running against time.
Pessoal que veio de Duque de
People that came from Duque de Caxias, just to remind you that you will be returning to Caxias. There is a bus waiting for you, so as you can organize yourselves to your return. So in some minutes we'll be back here. Thank you.
Estamos de volta. Queria dar mais.
Well, we are back. Once again, good afternoon for those that are watching us via YouTube. Welcome back, everyone here in our audience. Also, thank you so much for participating on this first day and also the second National Seminar of Art and Education. So let's go to our last table for today. And we're going to talk about accessibility and access. Is it possible to think about accessibility in a broad way based on discussions about race, gender, and class and cultural equipment? In what way does protagonism encourage and mediate other forms and configurations of the world? To start our talk, I will call to the stage a young and talented 27-year-old actress, Black, born in Santa Cruz. She has a degree in theater from Unirio and has been developing work in the fields of theater, audiovisual, and writing for over 10 years. This year, in addition to acting, she was one of the creators and playwrights of the Occupation Act 1, essay on an actress who is going blind. With a season at the Sergio Porto Municipal Cultural Space, she also directed the documentary Piracema, sponsored by Sesc Pulsar 2023. I call to the stage Mrs. Laís Lage. Welcome, Laís. Our second guest is an actor, poet, and art educator, professor of Libras at the University of Rio, Master in Translation Studies from the University of Santa Catarina. He was a scholarship holder and actor in the project Palavras Visíveis, organized by the theater group Moitara, and has worked as a teacher of Libras for over 20 years. He, in addition, he teaches at UFF and coordinates an extension project called Artistic Connections, Deaf Literature and Theater in Brazil. Mr. Bruno Ramos. Our third guest is a philosopher, speaker, consultant on capacitism, and human rights activist, creator of the Citizen Mergulho Cidadão, preventive campaign against the risks of third causes of spinal cord injury due to accidents. He is the president of the Collective of Black People with Disabilities of Quilombo PCD, speaker and curator of TEDx Salvador, Director of Communication at Inquilua Consulting for recruitment and selection of people with disabilities for formal work, Pedagogical Coordinator of Training in Human Rights Activism for Young Leaders with Disabilities, including us, co-founder of the first Pride Parade for people with disabilities in Brazil, and he has many participations in events about accessibility. Please honor us with your presence, Mr. Marcelo Ziggy. Welcome. To complete this super table, the next speaker is a Wapisha woman, Brazilian in Guyana. She's 27 years old and is a co-author with the Jabuti Award, writer, screenwriter, researcher of languages and cultures of indigenous peoples, graduated from the Indigenous Territorial Management course with a focus on the intangible heritage of the Amazon, and a master's in letters literature from the Federal University of Roraima. She has specialized in advocacy and economic justice for indigenous women of America and is currently a member of the Arcine, the Roraima Association of Cinema. We call to the stage our last speaker of the day, Ms. Jama Wapishana. And to mediate our last table today, I invite the art education analyst and the culture management of the regional department of Sesc in Rio Grande do Sul, Dewerson de Nascimento. Welcome you all, and feel free to decide who's going to start this round table. Your mics are on, and if you have any problems, just call me. Let me know. So, who's going to start? Jefferson, if you want to command on this first moment. Good afternoon. My name is Jefferson. I am a low stature man. I am wearing a green shirt with white pants. I come from the city of Porto Alegre. But I am here very, very happy to be able to be here with those incredible people to discuss the arts and practices in all over Brazil for those that are following us on YouTube, so we can amplify our discussions about access, about rights, mobility, and about how we as teachers, artists, cultural producers can make this country a reference country in the artistic production and education. So, a little bit of what we're going to discuss here today. I hope you can all feel very comfortable in your discussions, in your speeches, so then we can reflect on our practices. This is a very important moment for our institution. Thank you so much. Well, maybe we could start this discussion with Jama and thinking about this relationship that she has with our work, and then each one of us will continue. Okay? So, Jama, if you can start, please. Good afternoon, everyone. She's speaking in an indigenous language that she's very happy to be here with you all. It's a huge pleasure to be able to contribute and be able to listen as well, to have this shared experience. And I would like to do my self-description. I am a Wapashama woman. I am wearing high heels. I'm a short stature woman wearing a black dress. I am wearing an indigenous object with that is blue and yellow. I'm wearing indigenous made rings as well. I'm wearing also indigenous bracelets. And so thank you so much. And thinking of this first idea, I would like to please repeat your name, D. Everson. Okay. Thank you so much, D. Everson. I would like to start by saying that literature has allowed me to be in these places, and I start by saying that I'm a daughter of a great fisherman, a great storyteller, and education allowed me to be here today. Obviously, I had to study and listen to many stories, and how can I connect that? And I bring to you, I'd like to share this great piece of work, this book that was launched in 2022. It's a very special book for me. It's called Mulherio das Letras Indígenas, and it received an award by Jabuti in the area of literature and fostering, and our indigenous works are reaching our schools. For us to understand Brazil, we have to understand structural racism and contextualize Brazil. We have to understand what are the real identities of Brazil out of these 305 peoples that indigenous peoples here. How many minutes do I have? So this piece of work allowed me to meet other indigenous women. I am an indigenous woman that lives in the frontier of Brazil and Guyana. And in order to talk to other people, we have to know their languages, and we also have to know their stories. And so this work is born from Eva Potiguara, and it allows us to get all of our networks together. How can we sit down together and know other indigenous peoples from the south, from north, from northeast, and indigenous people that are living a reuptaking process? And what is that, in fact? Is the Amazon in a process of re-understanding its identity that's different from Northeast, where there was a genocide? When I went to the state of Paraíba in 2022, it scared me because women there would only talk about spirituality and I couldn't understand what they were saying, because in my territory we don't talk so much about that. We live that, and little by little, for us to understand others, we need to silence ourselves and so that we can understand them, because the people were so massacred that they need to reaffirm that to themselves, that they are alive. And it's at all moments they have to say that they are alive. It was boring, but it was very interesting for me to learn that I need to respect others, for me to respect the story of a people that is gone but are living a moment of re-encounter. Because for the past years, our languages were silenced and still are silenced. And so we have this union with our women. So get to know these women. That is so amazing. Women that have never written anything. But the indigenous people comes from orality and so the power of speech of these women that have never written something, but when we get together, we are powerful and show that our voices are heard. And have this book in a school, and our work has to be spread. To educate a society, we need to re-educate ourselves, because we have received so many orientations, so many influences, and I would like to share with you I'm sorry I cannot translate. She's not speaking on the microphone. The speaker needs to speak on the microphone in order for me to translate.
Trazer nossa liderança, Joênia Wapichana, nós temos Célia Chacriabá, nós temos Sônia Guajajara, nós temos outras mulheres. E essas mulheres estão representadas aqui no nosso livro, mostrar que a gente não estamos separadas, nós estamos juntas, porque a proposta disso é isso, sabe? A cultura nos propõe esses lugares de fala, esses lugares de provocar. E eu queria também compartilhar com vocês, já puxando para os ganchos, né? Disseram que eu tenho só meia hora. Só meia hora. Eu queria ler um trecho de um poema meu, né? Que a literatura, a educação nos propõe a isso. Né? O território, eu acho que até compartilhei pela manhã, né? A gente falou muito sobre pedagogia do amor, mas a vivência, ela é muito difícil viver isso. Hoje, depois da pedagogia do amor, estava falando até com uma companheira, eu discuti com o taxista, porque eu estava impaciente. É difícil viver essa pedagogia do amor. Quando a gente fala do território também, a gente fala muito da defesa do território, né? E ao mesmo tempo a gente fala de território como corpo. Esse é o nosso corpo. A escrita é o nosso corpo. E há uns anos eu tenho me dedicado também a trabalhar com violência de gênero, né? Essa escuta digerida das mulheres, a cultura das mulheres, né? Junto com a amiga, junto com a UMIAB, da Amazônia Brasileira, dessa articulação das mulheres, né? Como pesquisadora também. E no meu mestrado, a gente vive um processo muito denso da escrita também. E todo esse processo de escrita, ele vai nos constituindo como pessoa, vai nos possibilitando essa criação de mente, né? E vai nos reerguendo enquanto mulher. Eu falo dessa minha escrevivência, né? Eu acho que eu tenho uma grande referência que é para mim enquanto mulher, enquanto escritora também, que é Conceição Evaristo, que ela fala escrever é sangrar. Eu acho que tem muitas mulheres aqui, né? Eu gostaria de ler um poema para vocês. O meu sagrado violado. O meu sagrado foi tocado. Ele me tocou. Ela foi tocada e outras também foram tocadas. Nós, mulheres, fomos tocadas. Meu território sagrado foi tocado. Eu chorei, eu sangrei, eu sofri. Nós sofremos. Meu território sagrado, ele foi tocado. Meu território sagrado não será mais tocado. Então, eu trouxe, na realidade, vou ressignificando isso. Ao longo do nosso caminho, vou ressignificando, sabe? Porque falar sobre educação me propôs entrar numa universidade, poder escrever uma história de mim, mas com vários atravessamentos, com vivência dentro do território, para chegar onde eu quero estar, onde eu quero ser voz também, onde eu posso levar outras vozes comigo, mas que as pessoas tenham as próprias vozes. Me propõe esse reencontro com o
Okay, so it makes me think about this reunion with other people and these other identities. We are in 2024, and the IBGE census, it says that we have about 1 million indigenous people, and they said that we would not live, and now there's 1 million of us, and then we have to talk about brown people, and this is a very complicated discussion. We have to instigate our children to write about them. It's our duty as educators, and if we are going to go to an academy, we have to go back to the base. But I come from an education of field pedagogy, and it's fundamental to live this process of what am I learning in a university that I can contribute to my community? because these territories have a lot of knowledge, and these knowledges might help the Western knowledge. And I believe that those universities, even though they are in the Amazon, they're not ready. Many of the times we have to break with this Western logic, and it's a fight. It's all about science as well. And that's it. How long do I have? And I would just like to say that my dear friend there would play a video, please, that I have prepared to us.
Sou professora, sou formada pela Universidade Federal de Roraima em Letras Livres Bacharel. Estou fazendo uma pós em tradução, interpretação e docência em Libras. Sou pesquisadora, também faço parte da coordenação do GT de Línguas Indígenas e Sinais, que é LINS, né? E vou falar um pouco da minha experiência, né, em relação ao nosso projeto que é Literatura e Inclusão, né? Desde criança sempre tive acesso e contato com pessoas surdas, né, na fronteira. Eu nasci na fronteira, então minha melhor amiga era surda indígena, o Papixama. E aí eu fui crescendo e a gente foi aprendendo muito com ela. Aí eu usava um pouco de Libras também, né? E o nosso projeto, em si, ele nasceu com esse sonho de fazer com que a comunidade surda indígena tenha acesso, né, à cultura, tenha acesso à nossa vivência, à nossa narrativa, à ancestralidade através da tradução e interpretação para Libras e também para línguas indígenas de sinais, que é a língua opcional de sinais que eu utilizo, né? E é de suma importância. Nosso trabalho tem tido bons resultados, né? Alcançando assim a comunidade surda indígena, tanto da fronteira como da comunidade aqui perto de Boa Vista. E fico muito feliz, né? Porque semana passada eu tive uma experiência muito maravilhosa, onde uma amiga surda me disse que indígena, que era a primeira vez que estava participando de uma peça teatral sobre afro-indígenas, e ela se sentiu muito emocionada, porque foi a primeira vez que já está uma tradução intérprete que utilizava tanto a Libras quanto a língua de sinais, na qual fui eu que fiz a participação lá. Então, ela se sentiu muito emocionada, e a gente precisa respeitar isso, né? Precisa mostrar e valorizar sobre a nossa cultura. E nosso trabalho é não só fazer com que todos tenham acessibilidade, mas sim, mais que isso, valorizar a nossa cultura, né? Valorizar a cultura da comunidade, dos nossos parentes surdos, né? Porque cada um tem sua forma de ver o mundo, de viver a sua cultura, de viver respeitando a nossa ancestralidade, certo? Então, aqui no estado de Roraima, nós temos já mapeado 3 línguas indígenas de sinais, que é o Papixama, Macuxi e Yanomami também. Então, não incorre o sinal agora. Mas também dentro da língua Papixama de sinais, nós temos variações, né? Lá da fronteira, da onde eu vim, lá tem variações de língua Papixama de sinais. E também aqui no canal Ani, que está perto de Boa Vista, 30 quilômetros, uma comunidade indígena, tem sua própria língua. Então, a gente precisa, né, trazer esse estudo.
Trazer, não. Que eles possam abrir as portas para que eles possam ter acesso à cultura e à sua própria história.
We may have access to culture and also to have more experience with our culture, and we know that we have our particular way to see the things, and our job is giving us a lot of good results. And for the deafs and the Indians, and we are working like this, respecting the point of view from the others, the variations, and we're working for this. Thank you very much. So, this is Lisa, my sister. We also have Rafael, that is from local Sesc. It's been a very important partner that we are having this year. We have been working for 7 years with the Indian language, bringing more value together with our partners, and there's been 3 years that we are trying to rescue their culture. It's not an easy task, we know it, but to work with this specific public, the deaf ones there, it's really hard, because not only to have a professional that knows a lot about their culture, it must be a person that is also deaf, because this person must be able to be there talking to the communities and to bring them the storytellers and the interpreters, and to get all of these professionals together in our community. This is a marvelous job. This is also inclusion, and we are advancing in slow steps but strong steps, we could say that. For us, it's a conquer to bring more value to our identity in our language, in the other languages as well. We can say that it's very good to see a deaf person feeling and living a little bit of this experience. It's a marvelous sensation. It's really cool to have this as a result of your job, to have a sister that works with us and people that are committed with this. The Sesc Unity in Roraima is also working with us. And that's it. I would like to thank you all here. And just to wrap up my speech, I would like to show you this book that is showing where we are and what are the things that we consider important. And I'm really happy about this invitation, and this is a very sacred time. I'm really grateful for this, and we can finish my speech saying that I'm very happy. Today I'm 27 years old, working for 3 years in the audiovisual area with literature and ancestral knowledge, with a lot of respect. I also work with education for children, and I can see that we have a lot of lack of education, the access of people for information, and what we have to do to be present here and to be here listening to you. And we have to know what is it like to feel the other, and to know their needs, and to be able to memorize this, so as in 10 or 20 years we can remember that again and repeat this culture to the other people. This is what is the love philosophy, what the professor said this morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity. We will be continuing this talking here, but as you mentioned this, I will change a little bit the order of this round table here, continuing this topic, and I would like to invite Bruno here. He will talk to us about the signal languages of here in Brazil, the importance of this in our culture, and we began crossing the ideas about the relationship between the culture and the knowledge of our people. So this is a special moment. So we are living this now, and I know that it's matching with what we think, and it's all about inclusion and all this situation that we have created here to share knowledge and to have this deaf culture. We know that it's different, but this language is different. It's a language that communicates. We must express what we want to say, and Portuguese language must be a marvelous experience, and it's very important. And about the Indians languages, that's awesome. I was watching these communities of Roraima. I would love to be in contact with these communities and to study about them in my project. I will ask her contact because I want to talk to her later on. I'm really happy to be here. And I was thinking that it was you in the video, but it's your sister. You are quite similar. It's a communication experience, very cool. Well, may I start my presentation now?
Para mim, ou assim, eu vou me audiodescrever.
I will do my audio description here, respecting the inclusion. I have this curly hair. I'm wearing using glasses. I'm tall and strong, a little strong. I'm wearing a traditional shirt from Mexico, from their culture, the Mexican culture. It's a white shirt with some colors. We can find green, light blue, and light green. And I'm wearing a blue jeans and an orange shoes. And I'm also using a bracelet and a watch in the other hand. So that's a lot of information. Well, can you go to the next slide, please? This is a theater that I am part of that team. I don't know if you know it. You were part of our team, right? Who said Petropolis here? That's very good. It's really interesting, and it's worth it to watch it. And it's an invitation to a new reflection. It's a new perspective that we must have. And it's a really empathetic situation because we are talking here about many different ways that we face our realities. We have a deaf person, we have people with special needs, and the last one is an interpreter that works with accessibility. We are all actors, and we are part of this group. When we began, it was a huge challenge because to include and to work together with all those differences that we have in the group, we have as a director, she challenged us. How would I do that? What would be the challenges and the way? And I don't listen to music, for example, and what would be the lights that we had to use, because I'm visual and I can see the lights on the floor, and the other, they didn't know anything about these languages. So that's why we have to work like this. And we are trying to communicate more and more. It's important, this communication. We have to show that our specific language are also important. We have to show how we feel and how the blind people see the things, not see, but feel it. And we spent 4 months training, studying, and trying to connect our special needs. And then it was okay. As a final result, we have our life story about prejudice and all the things that we have as a problem. This was a natural situation, these feelings and how we lived with that kind of prejudice in our lives. And it's really important, and it's worth to see this. Next slide, please. Thank you for the applauses. So, both of us, the interpreter, always have to feel what I want to say, and he turns into my voice all the time. So, deaf people together with the interpreter in any space, any theater, we have this translation because of the accessibility and the production of this project is solving this in the following way. We are together in the same place, and if, for example, we are outside of Brazil, that had already happened in Mexico, for example, how does he do? So we invite an interpreter from Mexico and ask for a local interpreter, and then the deaf people that were there were respecting the local signal languages. There were a lot of information that maybe some deaf people from Mexico didn't know, because it was a very visual and a body language that is not kind of universal, and that's why we mixed universal languages and respecting my culture and my language. We were able to share everything at that time, and we could create a link among these cultures. Well, I thought it was really helpful, and we had some people that were deaf and blind in Sesc of São Paulo, and we had a new situation with this in Santo André. Okay, not in São Paulo, in Santo André. Oh, in Santana, Sesc Santana. And then all the deaf audience was there, and for the first time we had a blind person watching us. Can you lend me your hands just for me to show it? And we were like touching the hands, and then the blind person could understand and could catch up with what was happening over there. And then we were there to help them and to ask if they could understand the play. and we were really emotionally touched because they could really understand, and we are actors, and the interpreter must do exactly what we do on stage. So I asked them to cut a little scene of that play so as we could make it together with the blind person so as we can touch him and make him feel it, and then he could tell us that he could realize that was a really different experience. So that was really different. It was a challenge to work with this project. I would like to think about this experience that I had over there, and also the other actors that tell us all the information about their experiences. And we can say that I'm the first black deaf actor in the theater today. So I'm here and I'm showing my languages, and people are watching me thinking, how come this person can communicate? Well, I can tell that I'm able to communicate to you, and some people were like, how can he do this? And I can tell that I'm really able to do this. We had some help from the other actors to do this project. This is really important to have this protagonism. About the theme of the theater, about race and people and prejudices, and then these are all very important. And Karen Strabo wrote a book where she brings to us some information about the deaf culture and its diversity. We are extremely visual. We can feel the world with our hands, and we are mainly visual people, and we are part of this world using these tools. My culture is my identity. I'm deaf, but I have a story. I had a childhood. I was born like this, so my family had some difficulties to talk to me, to communicate with me, and I was learning how to communicate and finding myself into this world, and I understood that I had to be part of what I had to do here in this world. For example, I have a story in my life that is all my family is normal. We could say that I'm the only deaf person in my family, so they were trying to teach me how to say the words like good afternoon, for example, and then I used to repeat that movement and people were applauding me, but inside of me that wasn't right, because for me that didn't mean anything. And then they made me study in a special institution here in Laranjeiras. It's a reference of in the education of deaf people. It's a national reference place. And when I entered there, I could see the deaf people communicating among themselves. That was a magic moment because I found my group and I thought I'm not the only one, because all my family are different from me. And finally I could see my identity, and I could realize that people were in the same situation as me, and then my family could not understand me, and then they asked me, what are they saying? And then we explained to them that deaf people have their own languages. He's deaf, but he has a proper language. We may offer a training for the family so as it can have a better communication with them. All this deaf culture, expressions, colors, the body language, our hands, we have our regulations that 10,436 from April 24th that officialized these signal languages as an important language, and that is what we use now. That's why we have to open our eyes, because you can see this moment here that you are watching me and feeling the curiosity of how we can understand him. And because I live in this world of silence, and can you imagine that? So I will show you a little video that is our national reference here in Brazil, and we all use this video. So please, can you start this?
Então, não vocês sentiram?
So you felt the emotion of that anthem. Deaf people, they have a whole other immersion of the context about the expressions and the performance. The classificators in sign language transmit historical moments. We put less sign language and more of our emotions, right? And we have the letter, the lyrics, and the sign language lyrics. So this was a group work, very inclusive work. We had an interpreter directing it. And it was really an exchange. We created that anthem. It was a huge challenge. And because we had only 4 minutes to be able to have the whole story in that context. And during the recording, the shooting session, and trying to go with the same rhythm of time there, and it looks really great. And next slide, please. And I will present to you the poetry that is called Papagaio do Rei, the King's Parrot. Just to show you a little bit of sign language, I will ask the interpreter to not translate into what I'm saying, but just look at me, okay?
Vão me filmar? Tá tudo certo? Pode começar? Ok. Tá bom aqui? Ah, por causa da luz, certo? Cultura, identidade surda, sugando a voz. Muito obrigada. Vocês sentiram como vocês prestaram atenção?
So you saw it with your own eyes. It's really a matter of practice, and that's very visual. And to feel a hearing impaired person, and I would like the interpreter, she did say a few words because I needed to explain that I was imprisoned, and that is prejudice of that they take from us, and freedom to develop, to grow when we're free, when we have the power of speech, when there's inclusion, when there is each one of us being a protagonist of our own story. And that's really just a reflection. And the last slide, I think it's the last one. Yeah, I think it skipped the last one, but it's just my contact information, and thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Bruno, that offered us with this, gifted us with this beautiful presentation, and how these spaces of production need to consider that. The scenic production, discussing the right to access of the public that is with us, but also the right of these artists to produce their own work. We were discussing expressions in publics, for different publics, so that is really great to be able to talk about this art. And now I would like to hear you, Lais, and thinking about the challenges that you have as an actress, and this new work of yours. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lais Lage. I am a black person. I have brown eyes. I have a very powerful nose. I am a short person. I have curly hair. I'm wearing a blue blue pants and white t-shirt. I am a person with vision disabled. I have keratoconus in both of my eyes. I come from Santa Cruz, that's a neighborhood in Rio de Janeiro, and I am graduated in theater. And I have the feeling that this body of mine that has a disability as a feature has many other many other features. I am a bisexual person, whether it is my religion. I believe in candomblé, and I love chocolate. So there are so many encounters and so many complexities in everyone's bodies. And when we are thinking about accessibility, sometimes we feel like that is completely associated to a disabled person, but everyone has their own issue in the world that we live in. And I work with theater and with collective work. And my work starts in a municipal school, public school. I hadn't have keratoconus yet. This is something that started when I was a teenager. And when I was in school, I had the opportunity to understand that theater was, being an actress is actually a profession, and that we could use it as a possibility to achieve a goal, a dream. And then I started studying at Unirio, and I meet other Black people, people with gender and sexuality differences that found and with the desire to work with dissidence issues in theater and audiovisual. And then I meet the collective Arame Enfarpado, and meeting these people made me realize that that's where I wanted to be. And there are other collective movements of Ser Marginal, the Atiro group of Maré. And the work with these different groups allowed me to think of the different narratives. And but that to us there was this idea of thinking that theater, white, cis, straight, did not really make space for other experience, make room for other experiences to be there, sharing their own experiences and stories, and having this relationship about them, about their communities, and meeting these people allowed me to think that we should maybe start a collective so we could have access to a certain space. And then we start discussing issues related to Black people in society. And then I met Ben Medeiros, Carolina Caju, people that worked with me in my play. And not only them, but a whole collective of people, over 30 people. And despite being a work that I am an actress, and I know it sounds like a cliche, that I say that I am alone in the play, but there's so many people in the backstage. But it's not easy to be an actress as a person that is part of society. I also thought of disability as a very bad aspect, as a bad feature, that we are less, that no one wants to have any disabilities. And in society, I learned how to think about disabilities. And so the process of understanding myself as a person with disability has been an ongoing process of really this experience of my body with the whole society. I like this artist very much that is a psychologist. Her name is Camila Araújo Alves. She's a consultant in accessibility. And in one of her speeches, one of her talks, that really caught me to the sense of idea and the thought that I was not alone, and the stigmas that I had with people with disabilities, it was because I did not live with them. I didn't have friends with disabilities or any other person that I could have a reference that would go like a really close person to drink coffee with or go to a bar. And it's easy when you don't want to be a part of something that you don't even know what is. You don't know the experience. And so Camila tells us about the disabilities of being really in a meeting of a society that is very intolerant to disabled people and people with disabilities. When you're outside of that standard concept of a healthy body, right? It's a very, very complicated thing, and even that is still the referenced model. And I started getting closer to people with disabilities, and a collective that would have a lot of people with disabilities, and we would go to parties together. We started thinking it would be interesting to have this work where we would be able to offer our public a haptic experience. And we started at Sergio Porto Theater. We started in the external area. And then there was a bus, and there was a whole self-description, audio description. It was not like an accessibility resource. It was part of the whole experience. And I loved doing that. The way to communicate and to receive. So we would start in the external area, and we would then navigate through that flow of situations that and things that happens inside of my eyes. So in the external area, people would have access to a haptic experience with the objects, and also in a specific room, an experience that was more about the colors and provocations that were done, and another way with an experience where people would be able to smell the things that we were planting, and it was an important part of that narrative. And it was a great experience of sensing and feeling, and the sensorial provocation of this audience that was a lot more used to having a regular presentation, an Italian presentation. So it was really an opportunity to rethink the conventional standards of theater that we are dealing with. but also of creating new spaces so that we can have other experiences of access and allowing that to other collectives. In Act number 1, we did that from based on my final thesis, and that was exactly the idea of an actress that was a black artist that was going blind. And I also had the possibility of having this whole poetry, and it was a type of writing that it wasn't exactly in the academic model. And to write that down, I would need to sit on the computer and adjust the font to number 18 or 22. In my research, even though we had the A, B, and T rules, they were adapted to the way that I have my writing process. I need to it's very complicated to read a font with the other details. So this process of writing down my thesis and navigating a possibility of writing with all of the difficulties that I've had during the process.
It wasn't really necessary to have that as a final product to be delivered, but we could have created a video or an audio using another proposal. But for me, it was important because I'm an artist and researcher as well, and for me that was important to represent my body and my eyes, and to have this real dialogue with this manual written way to express myself. I will do this, and when I start to have any difficulty with this, I will stop this in the middle of the project. My professor was really worried about this, but we tried to negotiate with this, and we end up well with this project. This was a project done through this way. Wallace and Bruna helped me a lot because they have previous experience with niggers and slums and all the works that we have as different areas, and we are always testing ourselves and thinking about deaths and violence and all those things that involves such important pain that we have. So that's why we start thinking of how this meeting would be, to think about different places. And it's not a romantic thing, but as we say, as one eye is crying, the other one, one of the eye is crying, the other one is looking for the future. And then we have a real direction to what we consider as one very important thing. We work from Monday to Friday, really hard work, but we all have the possibility to drink a beer or to eat some barbecue together and tell stories and to remember some positive experience that we had. Well, one of the things that we thought is about talking about feeling the places where we have pleasures and desires, and to think about all the possibilities that we have to explore our body. Wallace had that previous experience, and also Bruna, because she helped me a lot with that. She could realize what I was trying to bring to the reality about this final project, and we were thinking about how to have a unique experience. And how can we do to be followed by other people that live the same situation? We have to provoke this and try to change information with these people. Must create a place where people are having different experiences and building their own experiences through the contact that we're having. And for this, we had 5 mediators that helped us a lot along the way during the play, and the directors together with me and the production, and we started to try to create new things in these 4 days that we had, to have new possibilities and to feel some different things that we haven't felt before. There is an open dialogue with these people. We don't have to ask anyone about what are the problems and what do you need. It doesn't have to be necessarily this kind of communication, but we can be available to listen to these people and to have some different ways to communicate and to have a real relationship, to listen to them and to see how we can help them and get their hands and to be together with them in this work. We know that it's important to be always together with these people, to multiply these feelings. I know that I talk a lot, but do I have more time? So I would kindly ask you to talk about how was this relationship with the public, as he had some different people over there. Well, that was really different. That was really good because it was something different, because the relationship was not in the end, it was during the event. And that's the different story. We had some places, some people coming from different places, such as Santa Cruz. My family was there, and we know that there were some places where we could have a different relationship with these people. It was really good, a really different situation. I've heard many things about people with special needs, but I also heard some people that were really surprised with what they're watching. There was a marvelous experience and a very innovative experience that they were having. Is it okay? Oh, okay, your glasses were on the floor. Well, and this innovation is not only about their experiences, but also to the experience from the others, what they are thinking about what we are doing, and there is a relationship between the places where we are working and the bodies. But it's good to listen to some different ideas, to know that we are not alone. And when I was feeling the smelling of the barbecue, it was really good. And in the end of that play, people were there only to eat. We know that, but it was a different experience. And it's a ritual that we had. And people that were there to have this connection with us. It was good, really good, because people were there to listen to us and to have that different experience. So we had that important mission, and I was always thinking that, well, I'll be there and I know that I'll cry, and I know that it will be a special night. Sometimes we have this kind of situation. We think about that previously, and sometimes we are at home, but we do not want to be there. For example, there are some days that I don't want to cry. I want to live that experience, and I heard from some people that was a really good experience to be there and to breathe, tell my stories to these people, and then I was surprised with a place that is not the place that I wanted to. It's about an actress that's becoming blind, and well, that was different and that was good in the same time. When I heard about special people that would be in the audience, I've heard from one person that was not in the production, but I've heard something like the normal people will be here and the others will be in the other side. So this is not a very good way to call it. We know that it's a kind of prejudice in a racism situation, and we are dealing with this every day. We know. I wasn't there at that time, but for the ones who were there, what would be the reaction? So I was in a theater, for example, and I know that these things happen sometimes. And when we are having a dialogue with some people with special needs, we must learn new things and reproduce some acts. We know that sometimes we have to face some problems, such as people think that we are not capable of doing some things. But what we are doing is to create new opportunities and going to some other places. We have to find out my condition, to also rethink of what I have to say, and some things that I have to change in the way that I deal with the world. And I have to change my perception. There are many people talking about this, I know, about perception, and this is the place where I wanted to be. And we know that we are all the time here talking about these things. It's a real exercise to think about the places where the way that you speak and the way that you have this relationship with people will take us to different places. This is a special place and a different situation where we have to know how to deal with this relation. Thank you, Thais. We are connecting this last speech that was Marcelo. If you want to organize yourself with the questions, because our time is short. But Marcelo, we'd like to listen to you a little and to listen to your experiences, because we have some different experiences, and please bring your experience to us. Well, thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to be here with such incredible people. Thank you for the contribution that you deliver here. It's an exercise of sharing knowledge and reviewing things. And my auto description: I'm a black man with dragged hair, using glasses, black glasses. I'm using a white shirt and I'm sitting in the wheelchair with blue jeans, and I'm sitting in my wheelchair because I have some special needs. That's the way that I like to call it. So I have many things to say. My mind here is exploding because I have many information that I received this day. We are talking here about the way that we have to enter and to understand ourselves in this society. We know that people with special needs have to understand the way that we have to connect with this world. We have to think about accessibilities and as we used to say, now we have to show our thoughts, and when we have a sensible situation is to give opportunity to change situations with people and to construct ways that we have to follow. We know that it's difficult to build some things. We know that if these people that are here together could have opportunity if you had the chance to have the possibility to watch this play, and we know that we face some challenges, people passing in front of us or sitting in a place that is not ours. What would be the way to access the other? And it's not what Bruno said with his poem. He opened the window, he had new possibilities, he had a relationship with the world, and he wanted to be part of this world. So we know that we are practicing this kind of relationship. We get this universe, all of this experience, and when we have the problem that people do not understand that we need some specific places to be and to participate into the events, and I don't think it's a kind of inclusion. We have some limited spaces, and considering the private and public spaces, it's not only inclusion. As a black man with special needs, I understand this as apartheid, and that's what we are practicing in our country. We have a lot of these things happening when we can find some options about education for people with special needs. When we have different situations that we have to implement, for example, the priority access, and when we have a special place to be attended, or to create new places where people could be part of that, maybe we will identify ourselves to the society, and also giving us the sensation that we are part of this world. And what is interesting is that not even the priority we can assure that will be well treated, because when we have the priority services When we check all of this practices, what we can see is a line of priorities. And I want to believe that it's not only about us, that priority will be in any counter, in any place, will be available to special needs and people that have the right to be attended over there. While this special needs community won't have these places to participate, to be equal to the other people, maybe we cannot call it an inclusion. This would be an apartheid. Accessibility is not only about the way we have to turn this page and to think differently. People with special needs will ever exist. We know that we have to know how to treat people with special needs. Until now, we are developing some strategies, some expertise of existence to survive in this world and to have a social contribution. Even we in the pandemic time, we had that problem. I would like to bring a little more about art, that this was one of the first ways of activism in my life because of the black culture here in this country and the legacy that I have in my family. So the art was the first way that we had a relation, even before thinking what this could mean. When I had a band with my brothers and we started to have cultural places in Salvador, we know that in Salvador is difficult because it's a city that all of them is cultural patrimony, artistic and historical, and to have any accessibility action, we know that we face a lot of challenges. But as I am tall and my brothers are also tall, they were my helpers to go through the city and to register ourselves into these stages, to take me to the special places where I could not be alone, and to bring in some other references about some other artists from Salvador, which is very important for our culture. He is also a black person. He wrote a music with Jorge Portugal that is about 14th of May. That is one day after May 13th. And in this lyrics, they were in the streets of the city without any actions from the other people. And I did a new version of this music, bringing some references of black people here with special needs and how this will be faced in 14th of May music. I'm not a singer, okay, so please excuse me. I will just try to show you this here, but as you are here until now, you listen to me, okay? So let's go on. So it's like this. Goes like this. In the 13th of May, I couldn't go out. I didn't have access. I will remain here, locked. The microphone is out. We cannot listen to the audio.
Sem casa nem humanidade e cidadania. O mundo sempre me desloca para o não pertencer. No dia 13 de maio ninguém me deu bola. Eu sou o tempo todo aleijado de poder viver. Nenhuma inclusão sem lugar no trabalho e na escola. Todos acreditam que eu só nasci pra sofrer. Mas minha alma insiste, o meu corpo é de luta. Eu quero o que é bom sendo um corpo preto perceber. O corpo mais certo é o que não se ajusta. Eu sou quem eu sou e agora amo meu ser. Será que deu pra entender a mensagem? Se ligue no preto PCD. Se ligue no preto PCD. Agora que você me vê, repare como é belo ver nosso povo unido. Repare que é o maior prazer, bom pra mim, bom pra você. Estou de peito aberto. Olha, povo, meu lamento é genuíno. Olha, povo, meu lamento é genuíno.
Oh, you're such a generous people. I will not speak more here, but I would like to share with you that art and culture has been a huge instrument for my life in the fight against racism and about this intersection that we live. Sometimes we cannot comprehend what we are going through. And after this, we had some actions. One of them is to be part of a group that founded since last September. The parade of some special needs groups. We can only do that because we need some new right. We did the movement with 30 days, essentially formed by some special needs people, and all of the presentations that we have during that event is done by this group. We did the first of edition in Brazil in Avenida Paulista, and during the event we had the necessity to be in some other cities so as some other people could live these experiences in their cities or in the next neighborhood. In 2024, we had a very special goal, but we were able to do this. We were in Salvador in March, the Donalidu Park in Recife, May in Brasilia, July in Belo Horizonte, in Savassi Square, September in Roosevelt Square for the second parade, and now in December, 1st of December, all of you are invited to be there. We will be the first parade here in Rio de Janeiro. And it has been an incredible experience. This parade maybe it's a unique event in our country. We are not there to walk in the streets of the city. We have to respect the condition that we have, and second, because it's an opportunity to know each other and to recognize the things that we are doing, to conspire against the world, and to project future. That's how we do it. We choose a public space, and we have some presentations and some things that happens over there, and we have a very special moment that is comfortable for everyone, including people with no special needs. I have lots of friends that are called normal people, if we could say that. And just to wrap up here my speech, as you brought the situation about the story of our people, to talk about the black community, we know that we have a lot of references, some things that we believe that it's good, and we know that we have been in a lot of places. One video that I produced was commented by many people because I was in Pelourinho, next to Zumbi dos Palmares statue, and then I asked if this idol wouldn't have special needs because he faced many challenges. Maybe Zumbi wasn't really a normal person, but where the references, the black history in our society and in our country, they exist. And in this parade in Rio, we will have some shows with Candeia's music. We know that he was special people, and about the murder of Beto in the parking lot of Carrefour, he was a black. Or Genivaldo Santos Jesus, that was murdered, tortured, and murdered inside of policeman with the police car, and it seems like nothing happened. Or Sonia Maria de Jesus, there was the theme of the parade from São Paulo. She was a black, deaf woman that lived as a slave for more than 40 years, now in the house of a prosecutor in Santa Catarina. It looks like it's not really happening. So I'm fighting to have this special place, and we need to see how it works and recognize our representatives and to be part of what we have. And with this, we are having some visitors from a superhero called Afro Deaf in his wheelchair. He presents himself transforming his structure of the wheelchair, applying to this a new structure that transforms this wheelchair into audio system with some speakers, a roof with solar energy that generates energy to this equipment, and he presents himself with a mask with broken mirrors. So I'm not here to explain. Please try to understand, but we have an educational purpose. First, about this different meaning that we have surrounding the class of our people. And about the wheelchair, we have this strong prejudice referring to the wheelchair. This was the prison that brought me here to you today. And this thing that we have is something that we have to change and to entertain, changing the system into an audio system.
And a second moment of that educational proposal is when people face all of those images that is Afrodef, and they obviously take their phones out to take photos and pictures, and it shows anti-capacitism sentences, or like say no to capacitism, its lack of social living that makes me different, not my disabilities. And it has been amazing because Afrodef has been part of popular parties in Salvador, for example, where the idea is that most people that want to relate to you in a party as Carnival is really to lose a reference, but we still have been having a dialogue about this. There's a Carnival group that is called Filhos de Gandhi, and I always like to participate in the parties with them, and they would congratulate me every time I participated, but they would congratulate me not for everything that I have, the problems I have faced of not having accessibility and having to teach many of the times those professionals how to operate public transportation. No one would congratulate me for that, but they would congratulate me when they were telling me that that place did not belong to me. And when I started presenting myself in Afrodef, but it has transformed into what the fuck. There's no more room for capacitism. Our relationships need to take place in a different situation of understanding that energy. And so I would just like to finish with a video to give you an idea of what we're talking about. And before that, Marcelo, I'm doing a crowdfunding for Afrodef. Please feel free. There's a video that's about 1 minute 30 seconds from the Carnival of Salvador in the circuit of Campo Grande. And we had a partnership with them. It's 1 minute 30, if you could please play it. Yeah, that one. Generosity is all about love. It's about happiness.
É muito importante esse movimento. Cadê o som? Esse espaço também é delas. As pessoas sem deficiência entenderem que nós também pertencemos.
So that people can understand that we also exist. We're not a burden. We are not some dead weight. We are not our disabilities. We are people. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Marcelo, Bruno, Jama, and Izzy for this amazing talk that we had. And we wanted to know whether we have any questions from our audience. Still have time for a question. Okay, we have one over there. Good evening, you guys. My name is Rafael. I am a black man. I have short, curly hair. I'm wearing a black and white shirt. I'm holding a pen. I feel like it's a little charming. I'm going to speak very quickly, and I also want to go home, but I'm going to ask a quick question. But first, thank you all for this talk. It was amazing to hear from you and your stories and your experiences. And I would like to ask a question to think about accessibility that we face as a requirement so we can do something. If we're artists, we're going to do an action, and then we would have where we would have to follow certain standards for like audio description, sign language, but we never consider that in an artistic place. And my question is, the first one would be whether it's possible to have these resources inside of the scene, but I don't think that makes a lot of sense when we see your work being done. So what is necessary to continue improving these resources so that it will perpetuate, not only because it is needed, but as a production material that has its own beauties and power. That's it. Thank you very much. Okay, should we start with Bruno? Well, if I understood the question, you want to know whether theater and be accessible or making more accessible theater? Yeah, okay. Well, how do we receive the proposal and our concern with accessibility? We need an interpreter, a sign language interpreter. We need the theater we have to know where the people that are deaf will be positioned, the right lights for sign language interpreter, the actor that speaks, for example. We have to have an interpreter in all of those spaces, and the person that will will watch sign language interpreter, they have a specific position that we let them know that they can stay there. So it really depends on lighting and the interpreter. And that can be a problem for clothes. For example, interpreter has to use black clothes, no objects, no watch or bracelets, or so we can have a very visual, a good visual of the face and the signals. There's rules, of course, for the company of interpretation, and we have all of the accessibility rules that help us understand. Also, audio description, how it is done. So, for example, a deaf person is trying to say something. How are they going to translate that for someone that is blind, for example, visually impaired? So they have to explain what clothes they're wearing, what is the scene that's happening, whether they changed clothes or not, whether they're using something with their bodies. That's all part of audio description. And that is done with an interpreter and a specific interpretation of the movement, what is being said, what is being done. And so these are strategies for accessibility. There are many types. I don't know if that's what you asked. Yeah.
Acho que jeito bom.
Well, a good way to also think is hiring people with disabilities, so that there is this inclusion for a work structure. We try to widen these workspaces and having with you people that will encourage you to continue thinking of this whole process of thinking about accessibility and in a very specific and broad way at the same time. That's it. There are many ways, whether it is infrastructure like a ramp or sign language interpreter. All of these resources, they are there contributing for that to happen. But there's also a place for people to open up. I think I'm being a little repetitive, but it's good to open ourselves to new relations and thinking that the spectacle that we want to show, that we want to people see, we want them to have experiences to build that. And we want people to go home and feel like they've had an experience, that they lived something, and not being, stopped from an expectation that was not attended. So thinking about these structures and of thinking about the relationships also. Yeah. And if we're thinking about adaptation that would go beyond theater, what would be your opinion about the other barriers that we have for accessibility? Well, good evening. I always think that this is a collective discussion that we should have. We always think about public policies. Everything that we want to fight, we need to fight as a group. So, for example, the officialization of indigenous languages. We have 4 co-official municipalities. So, officialization is a step. But in order for that to happen, we need the communities to be together. we need to mobilize for that, is to invite people that have that need. And we have professionals and scientists, and we go fight with the policymakers. So there are many steps until we get that. It is persistence. Just like our friend said here, it's not just building ramps. That's not it. When we live this this moment that we have, just to have accessibility, it's something that we have to question the value of these professionals, and it's invite them to be part of this project, of this everything that you're planning. And this is a political fight, right? In Brazil, it's a constant fight, and it will last very long. Marcelo? Well, I work with different companies as well about providing jobs for disabled people, and I work with many people as well. And one of the reflections that I invite them to do is companies, for example, they follow the quota law very well. So they hire a professional with disability because of legal reasons. Will they create appropriate access to that person, but they don't know, they don't remember that if they have a worker with disabilities, they forget that they will have customers with disabilities. And in culture and leisure spaces, it's the opposite. These spaces also follow the quota laws, but they only see these people as customers. So they provide accessibility to the public area. But if we have a client, or we have to remember that if there's a client with disability, we will also have a worker or an artist with disabilities. And they continue to limit the spaces for people with disabilities. There is not an interest in society for us how to provide accessibility. And just like Rafa has mentioned, the projects, few public projects consider artists with disabilities. They only consider them with whenever it is required. That's weird, isn't it? We need to break these barriers and break these walls. We have to bring them to the stage, but not for people with disabilities, because we're on stage. Well, in this case, literally. You heard Bruno's poetry live here. It's beautiful. Sign language, the way it expresses. Why don't we use it more often? We have sign language interpreters that are artists, that are part of the scene. They're not just in the corner transmitting communication. They are having an effective communication in the scene. I say that if someone needs to be included in this process, it's the person with no disabilities in the life of the person with disabilities, because if you don't know anyone like that, we are the invisible ones. And we have developed strategies to survive and continue existing. And in the field of sports, just to finish my speech, I was watching a Paralympics where a visually impaired athlete, Brazilian one, she was doing a distance jumping, and the person that was helping her was clapping and making noises, so in order to guide her. She does the jumping, and right after she finishes, she celebrates. And when she's interviewed, the reporter said that asked her that even before someone approached her, she was already celebrating that. And the name of that is capacitism, because that person has trained for at least 4 years for that moment, but still she is seen as incapable of doing what she just did. But she answered the best way possible, and she explained, well, when I start my jump, I issue a sound, and when I land, I finish that. And that time of the sound that I make gives me a reference whether I was successful or not. That is human technology that has been neglected in sports, in culture and leisure spaces, in work environments, all environments, because of prejudice and ignorance, life and the existence of people with disabilities. You know, come closer to learn with us. That's it. Thank you all so much for this important moment of listening, and we hope that all of these presentations will echo in everyone's lives. Thank you so much. Thank you all. We also would like to thank Jama, Marcelo, Luis, Jefferson, and for sharing your experiences with us. We are all storytellers, right? Telling our stories, and we have a long way to go, just like Marcelo said, but we want to learn, and that's very important. So we just ended the first day of our seminar. That still has a lot to provide to us with experiences. Tomorrow, our program will start at 10 a.m. right here. We'll have other panels with great panels. And please confirm your presence with the QR code. And I would like to ask you to participate in the survey about this event that you can find on QR code. And I'd like to thank our sign language team and all of the technical team, the people from Sesc that are doing this third seminar in co-existence with the second seminar of art and education. Thank you all so much. Tomorrow we'll have more transmission via YouTube. Have a great night. See you tomorrow.